The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, a life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all,
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing. just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Darkness take control.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want now. This ain't what you want. Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bonnet. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm
Crack it. Crack it.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain tonight. We gonna let it rain tonight. We gonna let it just like the sunrise. We gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain tonight. We gonna let it rain tonight. We gonna let it just like the sunrise. We gonna let it rain.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh. stopped asking for forgiveness. Cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah. Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating want. Lingering touch, these soft words whispered in the dark. Set my heart afire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing? We are back and we are ready to rock and roll. Happy Thursday, everyone. Hope you guys are all set, ready for a great day ahead, because I sure am. It is going to be a great day. It is going to be a fun day. It's going to be a profitable day, and we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's see what comes on up. Let's see what stocks break on out. Let's see what stocks get that movement. Happy Thursday to everyone. Today is a free YouTube live stream, and we are back on our YouTube channel, our main YouTube channel at this time. I just got to be a little bit careful on kind of the music I play. Just a little heads up, if you are not the biggest fan of today's music, I apologize, but I do have to play all non-copyrighted music. I can't play anything that is probably super popular on the radio. I need to play songs that you probably have not heard before, so I do not get in trouble whatsoever. So I will have to do that throughout this morning. I apologize about it. Hey, you can always, again, throw on your own YouTube songs or, again, Spotify, whatever you guys want to hit. I just always like to get people up and dancing a little bit, stretch on out, feel the vibes, feel the beats, feel the EPMs, baby. You know what I'm saying? So let's get ready to rock on this day, and let's talk about how this market is going to be looking. So at this time, right now, what do we have? What are we focusing on? What are we going to be looking at? Well, if you're looking at the market right now, you're probably saying one thing, and you're saying, Deck, where the heck are the plays today? What stock is going to bring in the most momentum? What stock is going to bring in the hype today? How are we going to get a lot of the big time volume? Because right now, our number one top gainer in the entire stock market is RPTX. And RPTX, I'm not really seeing anything too big, to be straight up with you. RPTX, we have a 28% gain. The stock is going from $9 to $11.15, which definitely leads to some shorting opportunities back on down. But other than that, look at this, guys. We have a 13% gain, a 12% gain, a 10% gain, a 9% gain. That's a joke in the penny stock world. What's a good gap up? A gap up is anything up 75, 80, 100%. I like to wake up and see a 100% gap up. Not the number one top gainer be a 27% gap up and number two be 13, 12, 10, 9. That's already telling me right now that we need some sort of press release. We need some sort of hype. We need some sort of momentum. We need some sort of action to really get this market going, to really, again, see some nice big spikes, rips, and runs and pops. So that's very important, that we start seeing a little bit more hype on this market and coming out on some hot press releases. As we know, the next round of hot press releases are going to come out at 8:30, which is going to be 20 minutes from now. That'll be the next time you really want to get dialed in. Because the thing is, imagine if no hot press releases come out at 8:30. Well, there's 100 people, 200 people, 2 million people, 200 million people. We all want to trade stocks. If we all want to trade stocks and no one has a choice to go to, guess what's going to happen? Whatever stock is the lowest float stock that comes out with a press release at 9 a.m., that most likely will be the one that gets the spike. And that's just because all traders will flood to the last press release, to the last option, the last choice we have, right? Think about it as that game of, if anyone's ever seen this, that game Survivor, that TV show. Every season they have this auction on Survivor. And you could think about it as any auction, to be honest. Let's just think about it as any auction where we would have, let's say, a car auction. And let's say you were there to spend money. And there's another guy there to spend money, and another guy to spend money, and another guy to spend money. And let's say no one spends money, and all of a sudden the announcer says, this is the very last car. This is the very last car. And in Survivor, it would be like food. They would say, this is the last item we have. Well, guess what happens on the very last car? Well, guess what happens in the very last item? Well, everyone starts betting as much money as they can. You know why? Because they're like, hey, we flew all the way here. Hey, we're starving. We want to eat. Yeah, you know what? I thought there was going to be more options after this. If this is my last option, I'm betting on it no matter what. And that car, again, goes for a lot of money. And that's usually why the best car is usually last. And that's why, again, usually in Survivor, the last thing is usually the tastiest most of the time. And that's because it's the last item. People who have been saving their money usually start spending it at this point. So let's think about that in stock trading. We have press releases come out at 7 in the morning. No one's touched anything. We've had press releases at 7:30, 8 o'clock. No one's touched anything. Now imagine if no one touches anything at 8:30. Well, our last option is 9 o'clock. Usually that means, okay, whatever comes on out there, I'm going to be buying something. And that's usually where we see very big spikes, very big rips, very big runs, and very big moves, right? So let's make sure that we're all set watching these plays. But out of the top gainer list on the gap up screener right here, I'm really not seeing anything that is not really anything that is getting a lot of hype or momentum or any sort of action at this time. So let's make sure we're staying smart. Let's make sure we're watching this, and let's make sure that we are aware of 8:30 coming on up in the next 20 minutes. Now, I also want you guys to be on top of a little bit of news coming on out. If we take a look right here, let me find exactly where this is. We could see investors are awaiting employment data for insights in how employers and workers are managing inflation. ADP will post data from its national employment report at 8:15 a.m. So that's in 3 minutes. So we're going to see some ADP data on employment at 8:15 on Thursday, shortly before the Department of Labor releases the weekly jobless claims. So, and that's going to be at 8:30, of course. So what we have right here is we are going to have some news come out at 8:15, which could affect the market. And we could have some news at 8:30 that could also affect the market, our weekly jobless claims, to see what's going to be happening. But waking up this morning, as of now, everything's pretty calm. Everything's pretty cool. Everything's pretty collective. We're not seeing anything too wild. We're not seeing anything too big. Looking over on the blue chip stocks at this time, the S&P 500 is having a little bit of a gap up at this moment. We did fall yesterday down towards 407, and we're currently sitting up towards around 411 at this moment. We can keep our eyes peeled over on those big plays that we know and love, such as Tesla. Tesla at this time is having a very small gap up. You guys know yesterday I bought in on Tesla, which I'm still holding my Tesla shares, and I bought in as it came on down to that 13 EMA mark. I just know 13 EMA is a very strong line of support, and I'm looking for a nice move back to the upside over the next week or so. So Tesla, definitely still watching that one. Another nice play I definitely want to keep my eyes peeled on, NVDA. NVDA may come on down towards the price of around like 178 today. That's going to be a good play that we definitely want to keep our eyes peeled on. See if NVDA is going to start making a nice little move, making a nice little rip on up. You can still see these plays are still on big downtrends though, right? These plays are still on downtrends. You could see how NVDA still is falling on the year. Let's be honest, team. Right now, we are 5 months into the market, and all we have seen so far is 5 months of dropping. That's all we've seen so far. 5 months of dropping. So when is there going to be a month, 2 months, 3 months of rallying? When are we going to start seeing that? You're right. We know that usually right around the summer, we don't know what month it's going to be. We don't know if that month is going to be on June, July, August, but usually right around the summer is where we start seeing that bounce. We know the S&P 500 around the past 14 midterm elections, we had a massive drop. Every 4 years, we start with a massive drop, and then guess what happens? Monster climb. But this always happens right in the summer. This always happens right in the summer. This was the start of the summer. This was the end of the summer. This was the start of the summer. This was the end of the summer. You can see this is the middle of the summer. You could see this one was more just like an uptrend. This was the end of the summer. This was the start of the summer. This was the middle of the summer. This was the end of the summer. Usually the summer is always where that bounce play is. So it's going to be June, July, August that we're going to start bouncing back on up. Is it going to be this month, July, or August that we start seeing our bouncing? So that's obviously the big question at this moment. But I do think still, I personally believe that by the time we get to November, I think we'll be back up near highs. I think by the time we get back to December, we're going to start working our way all the way back on up to where we were. It's just every single 4 years, we start with very hard drops. We will be technically in a recession most likely as July comes, which would be back-to-back, where we see negative GDP growth. And then from there, we would try to work our way out of it. Recessions happen usually once every 9 years. They usually happen once every 9 years. Usually lasts from anywhere from 5 months all the way to 14 months. And then we start seeing another 9 years of growth. So let's keep our eyes peeled over on these plays. But right now, looking at these stocks, the big thing that I've been focusing on lately has just been looking at the 13 EMA areas. If we take a look on these plays, it doesn't matter what stock you look at. If it's NVDA, bounce off the 13 EMA is where I think you could start seeing some bullishness. I think Tesla, bounce off the 13 EMA. That's where I got in yesterday. We could start seeing some bullishness. We could take a look over on Apple, AAPL. AAPL right here, bounce off the 13 EMA. That's where we could start seeing some bullishness. So that's, what I've been thinking, just, hey, getting back on the bullish side to see if we start seeing any sort of action, any sort of hype, or any sort of momentum. Right now, the S&P 500 is starting to move its way back on up a little bit. Maybe there was some sort of slightly good news from ADP. But then on top of that, we also have, what do we have? This just came on out. It's says private payrolls increased by 128,000 in May, the slowest growth of the recovery, ADP says. So it says private payrolls increased by just 128,000 in May, the lowest gain of the pandemic era recovery, according to ADP. Small businesses took the biggest hit during the month as companies employing fewer than 50 workers reduced payrolls by 91,000. Leisure and hospitality, the sector hit most by restrictions and which has been a leader throughout the recovery, saw new hires of just 17,000. So that's, where we're at this moment. Right now, we are seeing the S&P 500 move up slightly from that, but we may see this, fade on down if, because that's not really the greatest news in the world. The biggest drop-off marked the worst month since the massive layoffs in April of 2020, when companies sent home more than 19 million workers as the COVID outbreak triggered a massive economic slowdown. May's slowdown in hiring comes amid fears of broader economic pullback, inflation running around its highest levels in 40 years, an ongoing war in Ukraine, and COVID-induced shutdown in China, which since has been lifted, though with conditions have generated fears in the U.S. could be on the brink of a recession. So that's basically where we have been at this moment. And this is, of course, where we're going to continue to keep our eyes peeled. So right now, we'll see what the market's going to do and how the market's going to react to this news. Low of the day is 409.57. High of the day is 412.18. But going into this day right now, we can see right now, team, we just don't want to put ourselves in any sort of unnecessary positions. Sitting back, staying smart. Right now, there's nothing I would jump in on. We have RPTX, which has a 28% gain. Nothing really too big right there. We do have MF at this time. MF is slowly trying to move ourselves on up. MF probably looks like one of the better plays throughout this morning, but I am personally just sitting on my hands at this moment. Don't want to put myself in any sort of positions just to hurt myself. I'm not even seeing any sort of news on MF, which makes me not want to jump in on it at all. Let's wait until 8:30. Let's wait until 9 o'clock to see what we really have, and then, of course, see where we're going to be going next. But right now, team, it is 8:18 in the market. We'll see what comes on up over the next 40 minutes. I'm not going to touch anything until at least 9 o'clock, little heads up, so don't think I'm going to be jumping in on anything whatsoever. I will be again trading my Centerpoint account today, as I always do. Last few days have been absolutely on fire. Tuesday, we made $3,100. Yesterday, we made upwards of $1,700. Today, we're looking to make a nice profit, and tomorrow we'll be looking for another nice profit as well. As for my Tesla trade, as of last night, I am basically almost even. I'm currently up $652 on that profit. So nothing really too crazy whatsoever, but still up $652. So still happy with that trade. But right now, just sitting back, staying smart, not putting myself in any sort of unnecessary position, and of course, going from there. So let's, stay ready. Let's stay ready to rock and roll, see what comes on up, and let's get ready to make some cash today, team. It is going to be an awesome day ahead. I'll see you guys back here in 40 minutes. We are back over on YouTube. If you guys are watching the YouTube live stream and you guys enjoy these free YouTube live days, I do ask for one little tiny favor, and that's just to go ahead and click that thumbs up. And I get to see on my back end everyone who does click the thumbs up. And if you don't click the thumbs up, I'm going to be very angry. Very angry. And my patience is starting to run thin. I know it's just like an ego thing. I don't know. You're a man. You're grown up. You're 40 years old. I don't want to give it a thumbs up. I don't want to, again, smash that thumbs up. Well, you better, again, throw that ego out the window and just give it a little tippity tap. Just a little tippity tap. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't either. And let's have a great day ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys back here in, again, about, 40 minutes. We'll be ready to rock. Last little question right here. Pendragon says, Deck, huge question. My gut tells me that I want to own Amazon calls to swing for a week or less today. Tomorrow is the day Amazon shares split, and I think everyone who couldn't afford it before will buy Amazon when their portfolios are less than $150. If I spend $70,000 on the 7th, June 24 calls, I will have 40 calls, I think. Opinion? Yes, you will have a split, but if you are not in, side note, if you are not in Amazon yet, do not expect to have that split right away. Remember, you had to be in last Friday. If you were in last Friday, you were the first one to get the 19-1 split. If you buy in today, you are going to be after everyone else. You had to be in last Friday to get the split, the Amazon split. If you're not holding from last Friday, I personally think the best thing to do is just wait until Monday, wake up early, and then buy Amazon if you would like to. But Amazon, this whole week, you're not going to be getting any sort of split buying in on this week. You had to be in last Friday. Remember that. So if you didn't take advantage of that, no worries. Just wait until Monday, most likely, and then take advantage of it. All right. So let's get ready to work. Let's get after it. Let's have some fun. 8:21 in the market. I'll throw on some non-copyrighted tunes, as I always like to do on a Thursday at this point. Just got to learn my lesson, and we'll be ready to rock. But as I said, team, before, unfortunately, I can't play the fun, good music on Thursdays. I have to play non-copyrighted music because I don't want to be getting in trouble. So again, it might be a little different, but you know what? It's free. It's free. It's free, and it's safe to use. So you know what? Bob your head. Get a brand new artist from these new copyrighted songs, and we'll be all set, ready to go. Hey, let's have a fantastic day ahead. I'll see you guys back here in a little bit, and let's make some money. You guys know the drill, baby. In 3, 2, 1. See you guys back here in 40 minutes.
jack it up. high. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whew. We are back and ready to go on this brand new day. Kicking things on off at Deckmart Trades Firm. I know you guys are coming in here a little bit early. I'm just finishing up my workout. I like to always get a physical sweat in before my mental sweat. I like to break the barriers. Break the barriers not only again in fitness, but break the barriers over in the bank account. Today's going to be an awesome day ahead. An awesome day ahead. And I need everyone right here to wake up, get a little excited about today because we are going to be attacking this market. $4,000 target. That's what we're going after today. $4,000 target. So everyone that's working at this moment, you guys got 30 seconds. Finish up your squats and let's head on over. If you guys need, again, a little bit of a spotter, I gotcha. Don't worry. I'll get you nice and low. Nice and low. That's why we're here. Hey, we're a team here. We're a community. Welcome to the Deckmart Trades Firm. The doors are wide open, baby. Let's have a great day. Get your electrolytes in, a couple pancakes, maybe a flapjack, and let's get ready to absolutely crush it today. It is absolutely game time. No slowing down. Only time to pick on up.
Woo! I'm feeling good today, traders. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic today. Bright and early, 9:06 a.m. Let's get to work. Mitchell, can the shorts get any higher? They could, but again, that would be a different website. We would definitely have to, again, start charging a little different around there if we started showing the shorts a little higher. Right now, it is currently, at this time, 9:06 a.m., ready to rock and roll on this day, and I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys are motivated because today is going to be an awesome one. Now, let's see what we have here. What are we going to get involved in over the next 23 minutes? What stocks are we going to be trading? What is going to be our main play of the day? Because right now we are in a little bit of a sticky situation. We have a few plays that are looking decent for us, but we don't have anything that's 100% jumping off the board yet. We have a stock right now, SPRB, which just started stealing a little bit of the hype that just ran 37%. But as we could see, SPRB, what has the stock really done? It's shot straight on up and came right back on down. Not really seeing too much over on SPRB. RPTX, the stock is up 27% right now. The stock is slowly moving on up, but doesn't really have any sort of fire. CRDO right now is up 16%. PDSB is up 15%. RDBX is currently up 13%. These plays at this time have potential for us, but I want something to steal the show. I don't get too excited when I see a stock up 13%. I don't really get too excited when I see a stock up 25%. I don't really get too excited when I only see a stock up less than 50%. I want to see a top gainer today up over 50, 70, 100% because that's usually when we have the easiest and the best plays. When stocks are up over 50, 60, 70%, everyone floods into them and either we got a great spike or we could just have a great shorting opportunity. Let's take a look over the past few days. What have we seen on Tuesday? The first day we got back after Memorial Day. We saw on on JAN. On Tuesday, JAN had a 100% gap up. It crashed. The next day, it crashed again. Yesterday, we had VTVT. VTVT, number one top gainer, had about a 75% gap up. All it did was crash throughout the entire morning. Then what else did we have? We also had HDST or HSDT, excuse me. This was a play as well that had a gap up and just came crashing on down. We had MTP yesterday have a gap up and come crashing on down. Yesterday, every single stock that gapped up came crashing on down. And even the day before that, we saw nearly every single stock that have a gap up come crashing back on down. It's very rare we have seen any stock that have a gap up actually hold its gains, and they've been the easiest shorting opportunities. Yesterday, I was able to make over $800 just shorting VTVT just from the stock having such a large gap up. So today, we can't really use that strategy. We could still look for shorts on RPTX, SPRB, or CRDO, but the thing is they're not up as high. When a stock has a 100% gap up, it obviously has 100% to fall. When you have a 27% gap up, there's not as much money to be made here, but the thing is, there still is money. The stock did go from $8.75 up to $11. I wouldn't be opposed if anyone wants to look for a short from, let's say, $11.20 down towards around $10. We could definitely make some nice cash on that play. RPTX is going to be a stock we're going to be watching today. But before we get into a little bit of everything, right? Before we get into a little bit of the craziness of this day, let's just take a step back. And let's take a step back and understand what we're currently seeing in this market. See what we're currently focusing on, right? Where is this market heading? Well, we could take a look at the S&P 500. And right now, the S&P 500 just started turning. It just started dropping. It just started getting weaker. Let's try to get an update on the S&P 500 and let's see what we have at this moment. Well, the big thing about the S&P 500 is it says private payrolls increased by just $128,000 in May, which is the slowest growth of the recovery, ADP says. Private payrolls increased just $128,000 in May, the lowest gain of the pandemic era recovery according to the ADP. Small businesses took the biggest hit during the month as employed more than 50 workers, reducing payrolls by 91,000. Leisure and hospitality and the sector was hit the most by restrictions, and which has been a leader throughout the recovery, saw new hires of just 17,000. So the thing is, at this moment, speaking of payrolls at this time, we're not really hiring too many people. We're only seeing 128,000 hires at this time, which really is not much at all. So if we're not hiring too many people, well, that obviously means there are people that don't have jobs. That is people who are getting laid off. That is people who are getting fired, whatever it could be. And that is obviously going to bring down the market here slightly. We are essentially doing what? Stimulating or trying to stimulate the economy. We always want to stimulate the economy to bring it on up. But what's the issue at this moment? What's the problem at this time? We know inflation is the highest it's been in the last 40 years, and we still are battling inflation. We're still having trouble with inflation, team. It's not like just because we talked about inflation 3 months ago, inflation is a thing in the past. Inflation is still here. Inflation is still an issue, and inflation has been the trouble of the day. It has been the trouble of the year. Guess what? We have the Feds raising interest rates, as we already know, coming on up in 14 days from now. 14 days. Feds are raising interest rates. June 15th, 0.5%. When the Feds raise interest rates, what do we usually see? We usually see very strong drops here. So while we can expect we will be seeing more drops into the market, obviously it's not guaranteed. We will obviously be watching every single day, and we'll see if the market can start bouncing its way back on up, right? So let's keep our eyes on the S&P 500 to see if it's going to be able to hold that 405 mark today. 405 is the 13 EMA. And as you guys know, that's really been the main area that I've truly been watching throughout the past, 2 weeks now. When I take a look over on the S&P 500, what can I tell? What can I see right here? This green line, the green line going down the middle, right? I'm going to just kind of overtrace it with some blue right here. We could see whenever we're underneath that line, we're considered bearish. Whenever we're underneath the 13 EMA, we are obviously considered bearish, which means everything's heading on down. But at this time, guess what? We are back above the 13 EMA, and that should actually hold as support and lead to bullishness. So when we actually take a look over on, let's say, the S&P 500, and we take a look, let's just say, right back here, we could see how we hold the 13 EMA, hold the 13 EMA, hold the 13 EMA. You can see we not only hold the 13 EMA, but we also hold the 50-day moving average. Whenever you're above indicators, we're above the 200-day, the 50-day moving average, the 13 EMA. We're bullish on all indicators. Remember, I use the most popular indicators in stock trading, and you could see how we're so bullish because we're above the 200, above the 50-day, above the 13 EMA. For the past 5 months now, all we have seen is the markets fall and dip and drop, and the markets got extremely weak as it crashed the 13, cracked the 50-day, cracked the 200-day moving average. And again, it stayed underneath, and it's underneath nearly everything except for that 13 EMA. So when is the true bullishness in the market? True bullishness in the market is when we're above the 13 EMA, above the 50-day moving average, and above the 200-day moving average. But that's not very easy to do, is it? No. But the first sign is we are above the 13 EMA. Can we hold the 13 EMA now at the price of 405? Or are we going to go back underneath it, head on down to sub 400 as interest rates are coming on up in 14 days, which could lead towards brand new lows. So we definitely need to be careful on what's happening coming up in this market here. So the S&P 500, a little bit of a dip right here. We'll see how the market's going to be reacting. Now, with the markets reacting at this moment, we can see everything else is probably going to be falling with it. We can see NVDA is coming on down and testing that 13 EMA. We could see Tesla is coming on down and testing that 13 EMA. We could see Amazon. Amazon's a little bit higher on up. Amazon's actually been holding up very well because it has its stock split, but Amazon could actually be a nice short today, especially if the markets do start falling, just because we do have a little bit of a doji star on the daily chart. Take a look right here, team. We actually yesterday I predicted that the markets were going to go red. How did I predict that the markets were going to go red yesterday? Well, I said the S&P 500 is forming a doji star, and a doji star is one of the best ways to know that things are going to start reversing. So we can just head on over to Google, and all we do is take a look at doji stars, right? Head on over, Google, all we have to do, look at doji stars. We have a very nice spike, doji star, which is like an addition sign, and then it heads on down the other side. So very simple, very easy, nothing complicated. Very nice spike, doji star, things head on down the other side. Notice what we have right here. Spike, 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 addition sign, aka the doji star. We start heading back down the other side. Same exact thing that I'm starting to see maybe over on Amazon today, where I see Amazon spike, 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 doji star right here. We could start heading down the other side. So you may want to keep your eyes peeled on this, as that could be a possible play for us today, right? Now, let's keep our eyes peeled on Amazon. Let's keep our eyes peeled on blue chips. And blue chips I will be watching today. I will be focused on blue chips. And the reason why I'm going to be focused on some blue chips is just because I don't see much action over on the top gainers of the day for penny stocks. Now, I know RPTX is not considered a penny stock because it's above the price of $5, but I always kind of throw it in that list. Anything I'm day trading, I'm looking kind of more towards penny stock trades, you know, 10, 5, 4, $8, anything within that area. So let's keep our eyes peeled on these stocks and let's review every single one of them. Right? If we take a look at this, we have RPTX, 27% gain at this time. What's going on with RPTX? Let's break down all these plays at this moment, figure out what we can do on these stocks and how we can go ahead and make some nice money on it. So RPTX, what do we have right here? Let's go over to Yahoo Finance, see if we have any sort of news and see if we have any sort of credibility. Because the most important thing that we do every single day is we want to make sure we trade stocks with credibility. So what do we have? We have 15 hours ago. It says RPTX shares rise 18% after news of Roche deal. So what do we have? Shares of Repair Therapeutics were trading higher on Wednesday after hours following news that it's entered into a licensing and collaboration agreement with Roche to develop commercialization. Okay, so we do have a partnership deal. You could see 17 hours ago, this is a good credible press release. Announces a worldwide license and collaboration agreement. Hey, is there anything bad with this stock? Is that a bad press release? The stock went from $8.75 up again 27% to $11.19. That's a good credible press release. I have no issues with that whatsoever. If we take a look at statistics, what's the float on this play? Float 16 million. So we do have RPTX, which is again 16 million in float. On average, it brings in 168,000 shares per day. That's at our average. Let's see what we have though. Let's look at the top level 2, RDBX. We take a look. What's the total volume today? Total volume today is 553,000. So the day hasn't even started yet. Day hasn't even started yet by any sort of means. And we are already almost 3 times its average volume. This is showing that there's a lot of, RPTX. Let me go RPTX. I apologize. RPTX. This is what I wanted to see. Total volume 1.4 million. So look how crazy that is, guys. Our average volume on RPTX is usually 168,000. Today, the day hasn't even started. We're at 1.4 million, right? We can see that on the top right-hand corner right here. So that's awesome. That shows us that this stock has attention. This stock is up for a reason. This stock has a decently low float at 16 million. And there is potential on the stock over on RPTX. The big thing about this stock is I would say stay long on this play until it cracks that higher low setup. You can tell right now this stock is on an uptrend. You can tell right now this stock is still building higher lows. You can tell right now that this stock still has more buyers than shorters, more buyers than sellers at this point. And how do I know that? Because it has higher lows. But once this cracks, we could easily fade back on down towards like 1050. We could see a nice drop. We can also keep our eyes peeled on RPTX. And what's the 50-day moving average? The 50-day moving average at this point is 1129. So there are some reasons on why to go long on it, and there are some reasons on why to possibly short this play. RPTX, why would we want to short it? Well, we do know the 50-day moving average is going to be at 1129. Let's take a look. Right now we're at 1119. Let me ask you guys a question. What happened when we came up towards the 50-day moving average right here? The stock got rejected and fell. What happened all these times? The stock got rejected and fell. What happened right here? The stock got rejected and fell. What happened right here? What happened right here? You could see whenever we come up towards around that blue line, we usually have a lot of trouble. It may spike a little bit higher, But the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times we have touched this blue line, the stock has fallen and the stock has gotten weaker and the stock has dropped. So RPTX could be a potential very nice play for a short whenever it comes up towards 1129 or higher, because you have great odds of maybe seeing a pullback. RPTX, definitely keep it on watch. Let's go to a little bit of a lower play right here. SPRB. Now, the thing is, SPRB at this time, traders, I really wouldn't touch it too much. And the reason why I wouldn't touch this play too much is just because it's gone from 170, shot up towards, again, 270, and came all the way back on down towards around 170. Whenever a stock goes on a huge straight up spike and then gives back all of its gains, it doesn't really make it too exciting to want to jump in again. No one really gets too excited to want to jump into a stock that essentially just went into a big time spike and it now has given its gains right on back. It doesn't really make traders want to jump in once again when all we see is big spike and big dump. So SPRB, let's just see if there's any sort of news on this play. What do we have at this time? Bring it on over. SPRB, looking to see if this stock is going to be able to hold its gains. 17 hours ago, it participates in June Investors Conference. Cool. No big deal. Nothing big there whatsoever. SPRB, this just looks like a random spike that is getting dumped on down. If anything, watch for a nice little pop back above $2, and I would say honestly short it right back on down. I don't see much on SPRB. 178 will hold up as a support line. 178 is the 50-day moving average. That's a very strong support line and should hold up as a very nice area. So SPRB and RPTX, we want to keep our eyes peeled on. PDSB slowly moving on up. This stock had a big dump the past 2 days. Again, I would say $5 short on that play. Right now, though, the thing is that why I'm kind of like, is just because we have a 12% gap up, 12% gap up, 17% gap up. Remember, we want to play stocks that usually have the biggest gap ups, and that's just because they have the most volume. The more volume a stock has, the more predictable it will be. In the sense that most traders are going to go to the stocks with the most movement. We can't make money on stocks that have zero movement. If a stock is only up 1%, we're not going to make any sort of profit. The stock is barely moving. I like to see stocks that are up 200%, that can drop 100%, spike back up 300%, fall to 50%, because you can't make money when a stock's moving sideways. You can make money when a stock's going up and a stock's going down. That's how you can profit. So I always like playing the craziest of the craziest plays. So RPTX right now is still holding the play. As of kind of like smaller micro cap type of plays, RPTX is probably my go-to. But let's talk about some plays that we have seen recently, and let's just see if anything from the past is looking pretty good on today. Well, what can we look at? And I'm just throwing out, some top gainers of the last few days. First things first is VTVT. VTVT had a very large gap up, came crashing on down. Most likely, this is just going to be another very small red day and just be a nice little short. Yesterday, we also saw MTP have a very nice gap up, and this most likely is going to turn into another day of shorting as well. Let's get off of shorts. Let's see what else we can look at maybe on the potential long side on the day. Well, what are some good plays here? What about NUTX? NUTX, how's this one looking? Well, the thing is, NUTX yesterday went from $10, spiked up to $11, then got a little iffy over in after hours and pre-market. Doesn't really have too much going towards it. But what I do like about NUTX right here is the fact that we do have higher lows. If NUTX can get back above or $11, NUTX has a lot of room to run. Let's change the colors of this right here so you guys can see it a little bit better. But can you guys see that we do have a nice little triangle starting to form right here? And this is what we call an ascending triangle pattern, where this stock, if it started breaking, let's say $11, may be worth going on the long side for some sort of squeeze. We did have a top gainer yesterday, ran up to $11, gave a lot back. If it can start breaking $11 today, we might see a nice little rip and run. NUTX, it's definitely one to put on your back burner for this ascending triangle pattern setup. If you don't know what an ascending triangle pattern is, don't worry, I got you guys covered. And essentially all you guys have to be looking for right here is the nice squeeze pattern. So notice we have top resistance, then we have higher lows, stock squeezes and gets a pop on up. You have top resistance, higher lows, stock squeezes, gets a nice little pop on up. Top resistance, higher lows, squeezes, get a pop on up. Top resistance, higher lows, squeezes, the stock gets a nice pop on up. So that's essentially what we're looking for over on this pattern, where we'd say to ourselves, all right, if it can break $11, there's that potential. If enough volume move in on it, NUTX could squeeze and start moving itself back on up. So that would be one I would keep on my watch list. What else would we want to keep on our watch list today? Well, let's just look at some other previous microcap plays. BKSY, not a bad play. I would say if this one can get back above like 310, let's keep it on watch. I know EFOI was a top gainer yesterday for a little bit. EFOI, the stock ran up to 160, gave a whole lot back down to 112. Doesn't look like it's holding up too much this morning. And last but not least, another stock I do want you guys to be on top of is going to be GameStop. GameStop, team, this one is starting to get a little bit weaker at this time, but always expect GameStop to start off the day with a nice little morning spike. We see that happen a lot, where GameStop starts off its day with a nice little spike. People get excited to always play GameStop. GameStop is a stock that usually dumps extremely hard off of its earnings report. You know, if you take a look at GameStop history, watch how crazy this is, team. You want to know, if you take a look at GameStop history, every single time it comes out with an earnings report, it usually collapses. Here was an earnings report, and GameStop fell. And then here was its next earnings report, and GameStop fell. And here was its next earnings report, and here was its next earnings report, and again, here's another earnings report. Usually every time GameStop comes out with an earnings report, it usually just falls on down. And you know why? Because we know GameStop. GameStop, if we actually take a look at this, was a stock that was only worth $10, a year and a half ago. Then GameStop got the crazy hype. Then it got the big short squeeze. Then it turned into a big meme play. Guess what, team? For the last 10 years, GameStop has only been worth about $10. Then it turned into this big meme hype, crazy short squeeze play, which was amazing. But even now, at again, $118, GameStop is still not worth this much. And that's why every single month, slowly and steadily, you just have one big downtrend. GameStop, every time it comes to the bad earnings reports, traders are like, oh, hey, this is going to explode. The stock is only worth $10. It's slowly, if you want to short GameStop and hold it for the next year, most likely, again, by the end of 2022, it'll be back down underneath $50. This one is just going to slowly and dwindle out until, again, all hype kind of fades out of it, right? So nearly every single time it comes out with earnings report, it does just slowly drop and slowly fade, and that could be another possible short going into today, right? So what do we have today? Obviously, we're a little spread out, team. We are. There's definitely options all over the place. Let's just kind of talk about, top stocks. That we have options all over the place, but none of the options are really great. We got top stocks today. I would say GameStop, we can watch for a possible short after a morning spike. SIGA has been a very hot stock day in and day out. Big spike, big dump, big spike, big dump, big spike. SIGA, we can keep our eyes peeled on it. We also, of course, want to be keeping our eyes peeled over on RPTX, which is the number one top gainer on the day. RPTX, that one has a lot of resistance right around that 1119-ish mark. SPRB, we'll keep our eyes peeled on that one. I'm just kind of looking around right now, make sure we're not missing anything. And then we also have NUTX as well. NUTX, as that could be a potential play. So there's a lot of options that we can go ahead and, right? There's a lot of options that we could go ahead and get involved with today. Right now, team, I am not in on anything. Little side note, I am using my Centerpoint account for anyone that is interested in saying, Deck, what account are you using right now? This is all going to be a Centerpoint. And no trades for myself at this moment. So right now at this time, guys, no trades for myself at this moment. You could see 0 out of 0 out of 0. I am interested on a few different trades. I would like to see maybe a quick little GameStop spike right at the start of the day, then see a drop. I'm also thinking about a possible SIGA short. SIGA is a stock that has known to go on quick little spikes as well, then get a nice little drop. RPTX, I'm definitely leaning a little bit more towards the shorting side. RPTX is also fading here slightly as well. So there's a few plays we definitely want to be on top of. Market opens up here, team, in about a minute and a half, and let's just get ready to rock and roll on this day. Switching on over, and it's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be an exciting one today. I'm excited to see what comes on up. I'm excited to see where this volume heads towards. RPTX is gonna be a play we definitely want to be watching. Right now, I'm just kind of keep my eyes peeled on all stocks. Nothing I'm in on at this moment. And we're still just staying as smart as we can, trader. So let's again get ready to rock and roll on this day. And let's see where this hype in action is going to go towards. So right now we're staying smart. Let's just see what opens on up. Market opens up here, team, in about 10 seconds. right now. Again, nothing I'm in on. Nothing I'm in on at this moment. Waiting for that best spike, waiting for that best move. 9:29. Market is now live. All right, team. So let's see what we get. Let's see what we get at the start of the day. Let's see what comes on up. I just wanted to break down all these plays to make sure every single trader is aware of them and that we're all watching them closely. Right now, let's keep our eyes peeled on RPTX. RPTX does have the potential to be a great short this morning. And the reason why it has the potential to be a great short this morning is just because RPTX is starting to crack that trend line. We do have that 50-day moving average right up towards around that 1120-ish mark. And let's see what this play could do for us right now. I do want to check something out really quickly. I'm seeing right now at this moment, for some reason, Centerpoint says my overnight buying power is $207,000, but my current buying power is $0, which again is a little off or odd, and I just want to make sure that's okay. So I actually just want to do a small little trade at this moment over on RPTX just to make sure everything is all set, ready to go. But right now I am keeping my eyes peeled over on RPTX. Just want to make sure that I'm all set, ready to rock and roll on this day. And I think actually I just have to restart my Centerpoint account here for a second. But I do want to keep my eyes peeled over on RPTX to see if this does get a nice little drop. Yeah, I'm going to restart my Centerpoint account here for a moment, just to make sure that I'm all good, ready to rock. But RPTX so far looks like the best short that I see at this moment. I'm just going to bring this back on up. Obviously, I want to trade RPTX, cracking that trend line. Best area I'm currently seeing at this moment. Let's get ready to rock and roll on this day. So at this time, team, little heads up. For some reason, I just contacted Centerpoint. For some reason at this moment, it's saying my buying power is $0. My overnight buying power is $207,000. This is a margin account with over $200,000 in it. So I'm not sure why my buying power says $0 at this moment. So that does, again, just is a little bit odd. Is a little bit odd right there. So I just contacted them. Hopefully they can just, replenish me right there and we'll be all set, ready to go. But I just want to make sure I throw that out there for a little heads up. So let's focus on today's trades. And once I'm all set up, obviously I'll be able to attack it. But right now, let me again help you guys get ready to go. So what we have right here is SIGA getting a little bit weaker. We also have the current market, the S&P 500 starting to drop on down. S&P 500 starting to drop on down. Remember, how low can that go? That's probably going to go back down. Back on down towards around 405. GMW says margin counts don't need to settle deck. I know. That's why, again, there's an issue. Okay, so I know I'm on a margin count too. It has $200,000 in it. And again, it should be settled, ready to go. I don't know why my buying power says $0. So I agree with you. There shouldn't be any sort of settlement period whatsoever. So right now, the S&P 500, we are still keeping our eyes peeled on this play. Right now, RPTX, still watching this one. RPTX, I would still be on the short side at this time. We do have Amazon starting to get a little bit of a drop also. Amazon, remember, this is a play that does have that doji star. I do think the markets are going to be red today. I think Amazon with the doji star is going to start dropping back on down towards around 2,400, 2,350. I do think that's going to get weak. And I do think the S&P 500 is also going to fade back on down towards around 405 by the end of the day today. I think the S&P 500 is going to test the low 405s, the 404s, the 403s, and then start bouncing back on up. I truly don't know, and I'm just being honest with you. I don't know if we're going to go back down to 380 again. There is a chance that 380 could be that absolute bottom. We talk about it a lot, right? And a lot of people would say, no, Deck, we're definitely going lower. And you could be correct. As I said, I do not know. But at the end of the day, no one knows. But I will say that I do think 380 could be that potential bottom. We came down, bounced that 385, came on down, bounced that 380, came on down, bounced that 390, and now we're back above those 13 EMA lines. Let's see what the S&P 500 does over the next few weeks. The big area that we, of course, want to be on top of is going to be June 15th. June 15th is going to be that 50-day is going to be when we raise interest rates 0.5% once again. So when we raise interest rates 0.5% once again, we definitely want to be on top of it. So right now, IMMX still focused on this play, still waiting and watching. Right now, since my Centerpoint, I'm going to bring up my Trade Zero account. So let's bring up my Zero account because I can go after and make some trades over there. Obviously, my Centerpoint account's my biggest account. That's where I have, you know, over 150,000, and then E-Trade I have 300,000. But my Centerpoint account, this is again more for penny stock trading and day trading. And hey, let's get after it. I'm down to trade over here. So we're always again just want to stay set, ready to rock and roll at all times. So there we go. We'll make it work. Make it work right now, baby. Let's get after it. Right now, IMMX still focused on this play. RPTX. RPTX at this time is coming up towards 1129. Remember, team, that 1129 mark is that 50-day moving average. If we start going above 1129, we are starting to break that 50-day moving average. If we start seeing back on down towards like 1110 or so, I am interested in a possible short. And the reason why I'm interested in a possible short here is I do think there's a lot of room to be able to fade. I do think there's a lot of room to be able to fall. RPTX is getting a nice little pop on up. Apparently, it just said it got up towards around 1156, the high of the day, 1189. I see that over on, again, the breakout scanner. I see that over on the high of the day over on E-Trade. I didn't really see any orders go through, though. I didn't see any orders go through at 1190 or 1150. Did you guys? I don't know. That was a little bit weird. Right now, does RPTX have any sort of shares available? Too short if we want to pull the trigger over here. RPTX does have shares available, too short if we wanted to jump in on that play. Right now, it's all the way up towards 1160 at this time. Right now, RPTX trying to get a little bit of hype, trying to get a little bit of that volume. Right now, a lot of people are flooding over to RPTX. The reason why is it's one of the only go-to plays. RPTX starting to get a little bit more volume, starting to get a little bit more hype towards it. Let's throw on that VWAP. VWAP right now supports at 1111. Supports at 1111. This is a play that traders are trying to push into. Why is it? Well, remember, lack of options, lack of trades, right? We have at this time, what can we do? Trade IMMX. You know, IMMX isn't really doing too much. Trade PDSB up 13%. Trade a YMTX up 8%. When you have lack of options, everyone goes into that play. So let's just imagine this, guys. Let's imagine, you know, however old you guys are. If you guys are 21, if you guys are 30, if you guys are 40, whatever, and you guys want to have a good night with your friends, but you live in a town that there's only one bar. Well, guess what? I bet you everyone goes to that bar. And the reason why? It's because it's your only option. Right? Now, if you lived, let's say, in New York City, guess what? You could go to this bar, that bar, this bar, that bar, this place, this one, everywhere. But when it comes to you only got one place to go to, everyone goes to that place. When you have a million places to go to, everyone can go to a million different places. Right now, we saw at the start of the day, RPTX was where the majority of the volume was at, the majority of the hype was at, the majority of the mob is at. It's really, again, one of the only trades for microcap plays. So RPTX right now, still watching this one, trying to hold up here slightly. I am thinking still about a potential short on the stock. RPTX, there's that big upper shadow. I would like to try to short it back up near around that like 1140 mark. Just give it a chance on the short side. So RPTX, let's watch this one, see how well it can go. We basically have two options to short this. We can either try to make more money and be more risky, or be more conservative. Well, Deck, how do we make more money but be risky? Short it near around 1150. But what's the problem if we short it around 1150? If we short RPTX around 1150, team, we're still bullish on the uptrend. We're still bullish on the uptrend, and we're still bullish on the VWAP. But we are shorting near, again, that 1150-ish mark. But we know we're shorting when we still have higher lows and we have an uptrend. That's scary because the stock could go on up. Or we can wait until it comes back down towards around like $11, 1110. If it comes back down towards around 1110, 1109, 1106, well, that would be cracking the uptrend and cracking the VWAP, which shows us that probably buyers are starting to move on from this play. So that would be something that we can be watching as well. SIGA, nice little short so far as well. SIGA, I mean, SIGA is just such an interesting play because look what it's done. SIGA has gone on massive spike, massive dump, massive spike, massive dump, massive spike, And now again, it's starting off its day where it's gone from $12 all the way down towards $11.20. And you can see that play already getting a little bit weaker. How's GameStop doing today? GameStop, a little bit of a pop on up. How's AMC doing today? Taking a look over on AMC, a little bit of a pop back on up as well. Still trying to hold on up. I'm still watching RPTX for my potential short. Tesla, little pop back on up as well. And that's, Tesla looking for that bounce off that 13 EMA mark. Right now, the S&P 500 trying to hold. I'm still watching again for my RPTX little short. IMMX coming up on the high of the day momentum scanner. IMMX. The thing is, you got to look at past chart history pattern on IMMX. You're going to have a lot of strong resistance coming on up. You're going to have resistance on IMMX coming on up towards around that 280 mark. That's going to be right next to pre-market highs. You're also going to be looking at IMMX on the past chart history pattern. Let's just go back to a 15-minute time frame, and we could see, we have pre-market highs right around 280. Then if it breaks through that, we're going to have a lot of resistance at 290. Then you're going to have resistance at 315. Then you're going to have resistance up towards around 325. And that's just, again, putting a line at all the tops. It's just there's a lot of resistance going on with this play over on IMMX. Right now, good thing, again, we haven't shorted RPTX yet. Let's put IMMX on the bottom level too, because this one is trying to get a little bit of a pop back on up. Let's also keep our eyes peeled. IMMX. Any shares available to short over there if we wanted to. IMMX. Just want to check that one on out real quick. Because that could easily, again, hit that 280 mark and start dropping back on down, right? IMMX could easily hit that 280 mark, start getting weaker, start dropping back on down, start fading on off a little bit. Right now, I'm just seeing if there's any shares available to short. There are shares available to short over on IMMX if we are interested in a possible short over there as well, team. So IMMX just came up to 275. We are still on a little bit of a downtrend. I'm thinking about doing a starting short over on IMMX. And say to myself, hey, you know what? I think there's a lot of opportunity for that one to start slowly fading on off. 2-minute time frame, IMMX, little upper shadow right here. If it starts cracking the VWAP, that would show that the stock is still on the bearish side. We're still on a little bit of this downtrend. Downtrend at this moment, still holding on up. So IMMX, I think I'm going to pull the trigger over on this play, look for a short on the stock, and jump on in. IMMX team just got filled. Just got filled on IMMX. I'm going to look for a short on this play. So I'm going to do 3,000 shares on the short side. Average price sitting at 260. So average price sitting at 260 at this time. And we can watch this and see how this one plays on out. But let's review this trade. I never like jumping into a stock without everyone understanding exactly why I'm trading it. So let's review this stock start to finish right now as I'm trading it on why I'm getting in on this play. So first things first is IMMX. What do I see on the daily chart? First thing I notice on the daily chart out of IMMX is I do notice the stock basically has like a big head and shoulders pattern, which is pretty crazy to look at. When I take a look over on this stock right here, and let's just go to the pictures, we do have head and shoulders pattern starting to set itself on up. So look what we have. We have left shoulder right here. We have a head right here, and we have a right shoulder right here, which usually leads to a very nice drop off. So we have left shoulder, head, right shoulder, then drop off. Take a look at how we can compare that with the daily chart right here. And can you guys see that we essentially have that setup? Where if we take a look at this, we have our left shoulder, our head, our right shoulder, where again, we're looking for that drop off. So we have a very nice pattern where we would have, when in doubt, resistance at this mark. So that's what I'm looking at. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. That's going to be a great area where I'm saying to myself, hey, there's a potential short coming on up. There may be potential it goes a little bit higher towards around that 285 mark, which was that old spiking high. But I see that we have a lot of resistance, right? From old highs right here, 260, 270, 260, 270, 260, 270, going across the board. We do have this head and shoulders pattern starting to form at this time, which is great. And now we can actually focus on the intraday chart. And when we focus on the intraday chart right here, we can see that overall we're still on a downtrend on the day. So we could see IMMX had a nice little spike on up. And every single spike that this one does have, it is a little bit lower than the last one, right? So this play, excuse me, team, at this moment is still above the VWAP. That's the one concern. It's still above the VWAP. That does show that the stock is still considered bullish. The good thing about it is what? That the stock is on a downtrend, which shows us that there are buyers in on this play, but the buyers are getting weaker as more shorters move on in. So what would be a smart game plan on the stock? Because it's not about our entries that make a stock a trade or not. It's about our exits. So for instance, if I start seeing this stock get above the price, I would say of 270, it would be smarter for me to get out and move on. And that just comes down to the fact that you got to stick to your game plan. Remember, team, I'm again being straight up with you. I don't win every single trade I make, but the trades that I do win on, I make $2,000 on. The trades that I lose on, I lose again, $400 on. So you can see where the difference is. So right now I'm going to give the stock a few more seconds on this play, and I could be right in the long term and the stock starts fading and dumping on down, but it's not worth it to me to get squeezed on this play. So right now IMMX is sitting right at that 270 mark. I'm going to bring over again my IMMX order box, and if I see the stock at any sort of volume, I'm going to click this cover button to move on, and I'll look for something else coming on up. But right now, again, you can see how it's testing that downtrend. The last involved in is a potential squeeze. Remember, team, so many traders do what? They jump in on plays and then they let like their ego take over where they say, I'm never getting out of this play until I see profit. Well, that's not a smart way to trade and that's not a smart way to win. It's okay to lose as long as you keep your losses small. And right now I have a game plan. My game plan, again, we have the head and shoulders pattern. My game plan is we have a downtrend. My game plan is we have the VWAP as the main support line. And my game plan is if I start seeing the squeeze above 270, don't have an ego where you say to yourself, oh, this needs to keep on holding or I'm not going to get on out. That's not the right way to trade. So I am watching IMMX still. Right now, you can see I'm down 180 bucks, 3,000 shares traded at the price of, again, 260, looking for this to crack underneath the VWAP, and that's where I'll still get paid on out. But again, it just comes down to being as smart as we can over on these type of plays. Right now, we're still absolutely fine. Now, what else can we be looking at? We can still be looking over on SIGA. What's happening over on SIGA right here? Anything big on SIGA? Right now, that's still fading. RPTX is also a play. Remember, team, we cannot short RPTX yet either. And the reason why we cannot short RPTX at this moment is just because the stock is building those higher lows. Still has higher lows. Remember, we're still above the VWAP. We're still holding higher lows. I would not short that play until I see it maybe back on down towards 1120, 1110. There's still a little bit too much strength on that play at this time. Right now, still just watching and waiting every single play. Don't want to put ourselves in any sort of unnecessarily bad position. Remember, I'm still sitting with a stop loss right around that 270 mark. Have my finger ready on the trigger if I need to get out of that. IMMX right now. Testing. Just don't want to get caught up in any squeeze. I still love the chart. One of my favorite sayings, guys, is it's not a bad trade if you jump in at 260. It's not. It's a bad trade if you jump in at 260 and you're still holding this play at $3. That's a bad trade. It's not a bad trade if you're long right now at 260 hoping for a squeeze on up. But it's a bad trade if you're in on 260 hoping for a squeeze on up and the stock fades back down to 240. Then it's a bad trade. You need to remember that entries definitely make trading better or worse. But a lot of times your entry doesn't make a good or a bad trade. So it's more comes down to how long you're willing to hold that trade with a stop loss or not. My bad trades, 99% of them, my bad trades are not from having bad entries. My bad trades are holding and hoping that the stock works out in my favor. So not every trade's going to work out, but it comes down to make sure you're doing the best as you can. Right now, how's the overall market right now? Market right now, S&P 500, currently sitting right around that 408 mark. Nothing really too crazy at this time. How's, again, Tesla? Because Tesla I still do have as a long-term investment play, as you guys know. Yesterday, if you guys do not know, yesterday I did buy in on Tesla. I don't want to say, because I don't want to lie to you guys. I know how you guys get, but I don't want to say this is my long-term investment. But I have been sitting in on Tesla now for the past 2 days as a swing trade, I'm going to say. And why a swing trade? Little sign out, I got to watch IMMX here. I don't want to get squeezed out, so I got my finger on the trigger on the cover button. Nope, IMMX still not hitting 270. Okay, right now we're still fine. But as I've talked about throughout this entire morning is the fact that I still like this 13 EMA mark, right? 13 EMA line. You know, I bought in just because we hit the 13 EMA yesterday. So Tesla, I'm not going to say I'm going to hold this play for the next 7 years of my life, but I'm going to say I'm going to continue holding as long as the 13 EMA line holds, right? That's kind of the most important thing to me. 13 EMA, as you can see, whenever we're above the 13 EMA, look at this monster bullishness behind it. Monster bullishness. 13 EMA, great spike, great climb, great move, great run, just because of the nice climb we have on the bullish side of the 13 EMA. Then look at the drop on the 13 EMA. Underneath it, ugly, 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 ugly. So even though I didn't buy in at the price of 620, I'm still, again, feeling good because I'm in right when it came back on down to that 13 EMA mark, where I do see that there's a lot of potential on the upside if the stock does stay on the bullish side. So that's why we're just kind of sitting right there, staying as smart as we can, and watching Tesla just see if it can hold above that 13 EMA. And I'll keep on holding as long as it does hold that 13 EMA mark. NVDA starting to again spike on up. It's actually funny. My one friend who knows nothing about stock trading, at all, he hit me up last week and he said, Sean, should I get involved in the markets? And I said, hey, how long do you plan on holding for? And he says, I don't know anything about stock trading. I'm just going to buy in and I'm just going to hold it for the next, 2 years. And I said, okay, well, the thing is, the markets are down extremely low. This is when the S&P 500 was all the way on down towards around 380, 383. And I said, to be honest with you, the market just hit a bear market. We just hit a 20% drop. The NASDAQ composite, which is essentially the tech stocks, that is currently down 35%. We're seeing Tesla down 45%. We're seeing Amazon down. We're seeing, all these plays on down. If you are willing to hold for the next 2 years, you really probably can't lose, right? The market always bounces back on up. He said, yeah, okay, I'm just going to buy Tesla. Everyone talks about Tesla. He actually bought Tesla at the exact low, the 52-week low on the dollar, whatever that is, like 620. He actually has, I think it's like 45 shares at the exact low so far at that bottom area. And he's like, I have no idea what I'm doing. But he's like, I'm already up, $5,000. Sometimes, again, it does come down to a little bit of that, beginner luck. But hey, I'm pumped for him. I'm happy for him. Does anyone have any shares on any play? Does anyone have any shares on Tesla underneath 650? Does anyone have any shares on Amazon at this moment that you're sitting on the long side underneath 2,100? Does anyone have any shares over on NVDA at this moment that, you're happy with back on down underneath 162? Anything along those lines? All right. Those are all, awesome opportunities. And if you guys are in on those, congrats. Little sign up right now. Shout out to traders at this moment. We are in on IMMX at this time, and IMMX, we're starting to make a little bit of gains. We're starting to make a little bit of money. Right now, we're currently up $90 on this trade, and this is just because everything we've talked about. I think IMMX so far, we've played this stock absolutely perfectly, and one of the best things about it is we always want to explain every single trade we make, right? I don't ever want to trade something and not have you guys understand why I'm in on it. We know we have the head and shoulders pattern. Got it, Deck. Thanks for that pattern. We know we have lower highs. Got it, Deck. Thanks. Hey, we just cracked the VWAP. Got it. All right, awesome. IMMX right here has faded every single time it comes up towards around that 280 mark. We also have old resistance. So just a little heads up, if you guys are new just watching the YouTube live stream, I never want to alert something without you understanding why I alert something, because this community right here is not about you following me to success, because that's not how success works. No one is going to be able to follow to success. I want to teach you guys so you guys can go out, go after it and go get it, right? That's what it's all about. I always think about the analogy. I think about the example. I could sit here and tell you every single stock that I'm going to trade, and still probably 50% of people are still going to lose. And you might say, well, Deck, how does that make sense? Well, let's think about it like this. Imagine I'm Tom Brady and you again want to be a quarterback. And you say, all right, hey, come play for the Buccaneers. You say, all right, Deck, I'm all suited up. You got your cute little helmet on. You're wearing, again, your shoulder pads. You're looking all good, ready to go. And guess what happens? You say, all right, Deck, I have no idea how to play quarterback, but I'm ready to, again, be a star. And I say, okay, hey, this is what we're doing. We're going to run a fake 23 blast with a backside George reverse. Make sure you hit the hot route count and watch, again, the linebacker coming through the A gap. Ready? Break. And then you're just sitting out there. Blue 92. Yellow. Oklahoma. Hut. And all of a sudden you get hit with the ball. The ball's here. Do you know how to, again, play quarterback whatsoever? Not at all. You don't know how to throw it. You don't know how to, again, read a blitz. You don't know how to do any of this. Guess what happens? Next thing you know, you're laying on the ground with a 400-pound man laying on top of you. And again, the whole crowd's booing at you, throwing hot dogs with you, getting hit in the head with a side of mustard. Is that, again, the way you want to trade? Well, Tommy, you told me to run that play. This is your fault, Tommy. You said, again, that play was going to work. Well, have you ever thrown a football? No. Are you athletic in any way? No. Have you ever hit the weight room? No. Have you ever known any of the plays? No. So I can sit here and I can say, all right, guys, hey, IMMX, we're going to short this stock for this reason. We got a head and shoulders pattern. Watch for a downtrend. We're going to try to make some quick money right here. We're currently up $180 on this play. And the thing is, yes, if you have some sort of background, you're going to be able to make some money with me. Absolutely. But I need you guys to be able to put in the work so that we can do it together. This is not a group of followers. This is a group of leaders, right? That's what we want to understand here. And I'll always, again, say that. And I'll always make sure that we understand it together. Bones, that is basically how the Jets play. Don't you talk about the Jets, okay? It's not football season. I don't need to cry right now. I don't need to be embarrassed at this moment, right? So let's not talk about the Jets. Let's focus a little bit more on those Rangers. Hey, baby, oh baby, oh baby. You know what I'm saying? Manzo, thank you, Denzel Washington. Remember the Titans? I can't believe you. That's again. I'm glad you remembered that. Fake 23 blast with a backside George reverse. That's again. Remember the Titans game-winning play. Thank you, Sunshine, just leading the way. Petey just bringing it on in. Let's go, baby. Right now, IMMX still again sitting over on this play. Still sitting on my short at this moment. Right now, team. Right now, IMMX starting to drop. IMMX. We should be able to fade on off at this moment. Who here is sitting on an IMMX trade with me? Who here is currently up over $200 with me over on IMMX? Who here is feeling good? Deck, I'm currently up over $200 with you on IMMX. Deck, I'm currently making some nice little cash with you over on IMMX. Right, this is a nice, easy play so far, but make sure you guys lock in some gains as you guys go. If you guys are, again, making a little bit of gains, if you guys are making a little bit of profits on the stock, shout out to you. Just, again, a quick little trade to kind of kick off our day right here to see if we can make a little bit more. Now, IMMX, I do think this will slowly fade on off. It kind of depends on what you want to do as a trader. It's probably going to pop back up towards around that 260 mark. Let's just, to me, on a day like today, it is a little bit slower. I'll be willing to let this one go a little bit. If it breaks back above 265, I'm going to 100% get out. I'll take about a $90 loss. But let's just see if this one can just slowly fade on off for a little bit. It's basically we could possibly make $400, $500, and we'll have a $90 loss at most. So, let's just kind of, on a smaller account right here, see if that one can run out for a little bit. As long as it stays underneath 265, underneath the VWAP and the downtrend, we are still good to hold. RPTX at this time, how's that one doing over on RPTX? RPTX, a little bit of a pop on up here, traders, and this is why we do not short RPTX. Remember, RPTX was a stock that I started saying at the start of the day, hey, potential short on this play as it could not break that 50-day moving average. But the thing is, over on RPTX, we are still building higher lows. And as this stock still builds higher lows, we cannot short it. Remember, we don't want to go against the grain. Think about it like this. Think about if you want to get to your destination, you go on the highway, but you are driving on the left side of the highway, which means the opposite side when cars are coming at you. Imagine if you drive on the highway when cars are coming at you. It's going to be extremely dangerous, and there's probably a great chance that you're not going to make it to your destination, right? Same exact thing. Whenever you guys see higher lows, whenever you see higher low setups, guess what? You guys right here are going to notice, and you guys are going to see right here that this play is still building those, higher low moves. RPTX right here, this stock is still building those higher low moves, and higher lows are a sign of strength. It shows that there's more buyers than sellers. Rick Parsley, Deck, where have you been? I haven't seen you on YouTube a while. If you guys haven't seen me on YouTube for the past, let's say 2 weeks, it's because I've been on another YouTube channel. If you guys follow me on Instagram, social media, StockTwits, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, I have been posting the other YouTube link for you guys so you guys can watch it. But this channel did get a strike for playing copyrighted music. So now, guys, I always have to play, on Thursdays, unfortunately, non-copyrighted music. So non-copyrighted music, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a little iffy. I don't know. You guys can be the judge of it. I'm feeling it. I'm starting to feel it a little bit.
Welcome to Tradecaster. Free YouTube day.
Dance, monkeys. Dance. Oh, everybody dance. Dance. Dance, you peasants. Dance, you peasants. All right, that's enough of that. Enough of that, team. All right, let's see where we're at here. A little sign of IMMX, team. IMMX starting to pop our way back on up here. IMMX got to be careful on this play. I was getting a little out of hand. I apologize. That was my fault. IMMX, shout out to you guys. If you guys locked in some gains nice and early. Right now, we are testing that downtrend. Remember, guys, I am going to probably be locking out here. I wanted to give that stock a little bit of a chance right now. It's still trying to hold itself on up. Gonna give it a few more seconds here. Sorry, I got a little distracted, okay? Got a little distracted on that one. Right now, IMMX still looking. This play, still hitting that downtrend mark, so it's still technically okay as we talked about. You know, we're hitting downtrend, fading, downtrend. We came on down to a low of the day of 252. We were up about 220 bucks at most. As I said, I could have locked in right around that area, but it just comes down to, even if I have to take a loss on this play, it's not going to be too dramatic, just because once it pops above this downtrend, I'm going to get out. So I just think there's so much more room on the downside than there is on the upside, and that's why I'm willing to at least give this one a little bit of a chance. But yes, if I start seeing anything higher than that 267 mark, probably just going to cover my shares and we'll look for another trade. I'm also still waiting for all my funds to be cleared and set. I sent an email over on Centerpoint, so we're all good. Also, my Tesla trade right now is still good and ready to rock. I'll bring that over here for a second over on E-Trade. So over on E-Trade here, team, my Tesla trade is still sitting absolutely fine. Look at this, guys. Right now, this is my E-Trade stock. This is the trade I jumped in, as I said, yesterday. Yesterday, I'm currently up $7,000 on the day today. So P&L today, currently up $7,000 from, again, my Tesla trade. And that was all from buying in yesterday. Right now, I have my cost basis at $742 at this moment. Currently, again, sitting with a $7,000 profit from, again, my Tesla trade. I know we've been looking for a little bit more of day trading type of plays today. And, you know, I'm happy, again, to get on the small little, small little penny stock move, see if that one's going to be able to continue to hold. But, you know, so far, just out of, the S&P 500, S&P 500, it's trying to move itself on up slowly right here. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to sit here and say, this is my long-term investment. I'm going to hold this for the next 5 years. But I will say again, this is my swing trade that I held yesterday that I'm still holding today. And I'm currently up at this moment, $7,000. So we're still good at this time. Still good on this play. Z-San right now. How's Z-San looking? Z-San, a little bit of a pop. How's IMUX? I see you guys looking over on IMUX a little bit. IMUX slow and steady. You could put a little uptrend over there. Little sign out, about to get out, guys. Covering my shares, most likely. Yeah, I'm going to cover and just be a smart trader. Stick to the game plan. Executed. So, guys, I got to get out of my IMMX trade. If you guys locked in some gains down low, awesome job. Now, technically, the downtrend hasn't even broke yet, but to me, right here, I'm not going to go into any sort of unnecessary loss at this moment. I took a loss on this trade. I'm very happy with my trade. As I said, a good entry was 260. It's a good trade. I, again, got in at 260, sold 7 cents later. What's a bad trade? Get in at 260 and hold it until it's up towards $3. That's a bad trade at this moment. So we're not going to do that at this time. Right now, IMMX still trying to move itself on up and still sitting good on that Tesla trade. Tesla, I want to see it all the way back on up. I have no plans of selling Tesla anytime soon, but I'll just explain it, just one final time. I don't want to annoy you guys, but I want everyone to really get what I'm saying here. And what I'm really doing at this moment, if you're asking and scratching your head and saying, Deck, why the heck did you pull the trigger yesterday over on Tesla? Don't you realize we have the Fed interest rates still coming? Don't you realize that we still have inflation? Don't you realize that there's still conflicts with shutdowns over in China? Don't you realize that we do have Ukraine and Russia tensions that could still affect the market? I realize all of that, absolutely. But the thing I do realize is when I take a look over on Tesla, Tesla is down still 40% on the year. I'm jumping in on Tesla when it's down 40% on the year. It was all the way up at $1,200 bucks. And I jumped in when it was down towards around $740. right? I'm getting an amazing price on Tesla. Then on top of that, team, what can we see? This green line. And as I've shown you guys in the past right here, let's just get rid of the 200-day moving average. Let's get rid of the 50-day moving average. And we only have the 13 EMA. And it's great to realize whenever the stock is above the 13 EMA, that does show more bullishness. So the big thing is, and the big question is, none of us know when the market's going to get the absolute bounce. But I do see whenever we are above this green line right here, I do see we go on very nice spikes. And I do see when we're underneath the green line, we go on very nice dumps. And I do see when we're back above the green line, we go on very nice spikes. And I do see when we're back underneath the green line, we go on very nice drops. And the thing is, guess what? We just hit a very nice low. And guess where we are right now? We are back above the green line. And what could happen? Maybe a little bit of a run up. That's my thought process here. That's my idea here. So instead of trying to nail the absolute bottom, to me, I said, let the bottom happen, let the bounce happen, and then let me get in as close as I can to the 13 EMA, where the 13 EMA can show me if we have strength or not. And right now, the 13 EMA is still holding on up. And for my trade, as long as the 13 EMA holds, I'll continue to hold. Well, Deck, what would be your target? My target would be back above 800. My target would be back on up towards around like 900. I would like to hold this for a little bit. Well, Deck, you could lock in $5,000 right now. You are correct. I could lock in $5,000 at this moment from my yesterday trade. But I do think there's a lot more opportunity here. Remember, I'm buying Tesla when it's down 40% on the year still. And that's what a lot of plays are currently doing. If you take a look over on NVDA, NVDA is right above that 13 EMA where potentially we could have that nice, next run on up. We also need to take into consideration what I've been preaching about over the past, few months now, which has been somewhere in the summer, we will see that bounce. This has happened for the last 75 years straight. The S&P 500 midterm elections since 1962, we bounce. We have awful starts to the first 6 months, and then we bounced in July. Then we bounced in August. Then we bounced in June. Then we bounced in September. Then we bounced in August. Then we had a nice climb on up. Then we bounced in August. Then we bounced in June. Then we bounced in July. Then we bounced in July, bounced in August. Then we bounced in June. Then we bounced in June. Then we bounced in August. And now again, we are where we are right now. This is over the past 75 years, showing us every single year that we have a midterm election, right? Which is halfway through a presidency. That is where we see where the markets are going to be heading. That's where we see, okay, strong drop. And then the second half of the year is where we start moving on up. Right now, we're 5 months in. 5 months in, we have the NASDAQ currently down around 30%. The S&P 500 is currently still down about 12% on the year. I don't think it's bad to want to jump in and maybe hold a little bit. But I get it, guys. If you're sitting there and saying, no, Deck, no way, we're going lower, we're going all the way down to 350, 340, I'm not arguing with you on that. You don't got to yell at me. I'm not arguing with you that the fact that the S&P 500 could easily go down even lower. You are 110% correct. You 110% correct. I've never seen four interest rate hikes happen in a year at all 0.5%. I don't think the market ever has seen that happen. But I just don't want to miss any sort of big strong bounce. So I want to give these stocks at least a chance. And right now I'm pretty happy with the profits that I'm seeing, with $7,000 in profit over on my Tesla trade, sitting at a cost basis of $742. The bids right now are coming up towards again $760 over on that stock. So Tesla, we're still keeping our eyes peeled on it. And you can see a lot of these plays, guys, like Apple. Take a look at it. Today is the test of that 13 EMA. So today is kind of testing day. Today's testing day if it's going to be able to bounce off those 13 EMA marks and start moving themselves on up. So find your favorite blue chip stock today. Find your favorite stock, on the blue chip side and say, okay, at this moment, at this time, where is it at its 13 EMA? And if it's close to its 13 EMA, it may be worth getting involved in on some sort of trade. We'll sign up RPTX. Still trying to hold itself on up right now. So we're still looking. Still watching at this time. Also, a little sign up. Good, guys, we're back. Guys, we're back, ready to go right now. Centerpoint just again fulfilled my account, so I'm all good and we can actually get some big boy trades again. So hey, we're all set now, team. So all set, ready to get after it, kind of to kick off our day with some day trades at this time. We can see Centerpoint at this time. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. We do have $108,000 ready to get after it. So again, shout out right there, ready to rock and roll, and shout out to Centerpoint. And if you guys do not see at this moment, I do want to take a second here and just give Centerpoint a huge shout out, team. Centerpoint is by far one of the best brokers I have ever used. If you guys do not use Centerpoint, I do think you are missing out on some awesome opportunities. The reason why I like Centerpoint so much is just because they have shorts on nearly everything. Nearly everything. And every single broker that I have used, Centerpoint has shorts, but not only has shorts, but they're the shorts on the cheapest amount. Instead of, let's say, some other brokers that charge $150 on a possible short, Centerpoint is only charging me $30 on shorts, which is fantastic. Shorting is how I was able to make over $550,000 last year. And that's why I transitioned over into Centerpoint, just because they do have shorts on every single stock. I could have easily cleared $550,000 last year if I had shorts available on every single trade. And it wasn't until this year that I actually started using Centerpoint, and now I'm starting to see how they have shorts on nearly every single stock. So they actually did contact me, and they said, hey, Sean, just to let you know, I want to let everyone know that if you guys want to check out Centerpoint, and again, shout out to them, they're absolutely awesome, you guys can click the link in the YouTube. I'll post it over in chat, and instead of having a $50,000 account that most people need, you guys only need a $30,000 account. Also, I'm not sure how long it goes for, but you guys will be getting 50% off all of commissions when you guys sign on up. So just a little heads up. Let's actually check that out really quickly for that 50% off deal right here, as I do want to check it out so I give you guys the correct information over on Centerpoint. Yeah, so Centerpoint celebrating 10 years as the leading broker for active traders, commissions, and locates for 60 days. So 50% off for 60 days for locates, that's short locates, and commissions. So if you guys do have the funds, it is a more premium broker. You guys do need a $30,000 account. But if you guys do have a $30,000 account, they have been absolutely fantastic to me so far. So make sure you guys go ahead and check them on out. Make sure, again, you guys go check them on out. Links in the description below as well. I know there's some bots over in YouTube. All right. So I just posted that link so that you're all set. Right now, you guys can see Tesla. But yeah, guys, go check them out. Seriously. They are not lying. If I had to rank them, as I talk about, as I had to rank them, it would go trade 0 if you have a very small brokerage, if you have underneath $10,000. If you have above $10,000, I would use Lightspeed from $10,000 to about $30,000. And if you guys have over $30,000, I would go with Centerpoint. But yeah, make sure you guys go check them on out right there and enjoy the 50% off. Right now, a little sign note. Let's go, Tesla. Woo! Woohoo! Right now, Tesla's feeling good to me. Tesla's being nice to me right now. Right now, we're currently up almost $10,000. Almost up 10 grand today from this Tesla bounce play. And I apologize about getting a little carried away with the song before and calling you guys peasants. Sometimes I get a little into it. Oh, no, Deck, that's fine. No worries, Deck. No worries. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Little side note as well, if you guys do or do not know, coming on up on Monday, we are only 4 days away from the Tradecaster annual boot camp. Guys, this is not a boot camp that I'm going to say go out and pay $3,000 for. That's not my style, right? You guys know that. I want to give you guys everything I possibly can for free, everything I possibly can for the absolute lowest price. If you are on TradeCaster, even if you guys are underneath a 7-day pass, you are going to have access to the boot camp. I am going to be teaching you everything I know. It's a 20-day boot camp. We're going to start off every single day at around 11 a.m. Eastern time. You guys will be able to rewatch the YouTube stream all the way until 8 o'clock at night, so you guys can rewatch the lessons if you guys are working during the day, and you guys will be all set, ready to go. 11 o'clock, we're going to live trade from 9 in the morning to 11, and then we're doing 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, 20 days straight boot camp going from A to Z, 0 to 100. If you don't know, tell your friends, tell your family, and get excited because we are about to have the 20-day boot camp coming on up. Also, this is an amazing time for our affiliates. If you guys are an affiliate of TradeCaster, get your friends, family, post it in your social media, and sign on up to become an affiliate. For every single person that signs up to TradeCaster, we do send you $20 for, and that's a reoccurring $20 as well. So you guys could be making upwards of hundreds of dollars every single month just from being an affiliate on TradeCaster. Our top affiliate right now gets paid upwards of $3,000. We send him every single month just because he was able to be a great affiliate over on TradeCaster. So if you guys aren't that, right now is an amazing time to start getting involved. So make sure you guys go ahead, check that on out. If you guys are not an affiliate, it's 100% free. And so is the boot camp. So bootcamp, guys, tradecaster.com. Make sure you guys sign up to a free 7-day pass. I am teaching you everything I know. 20 days, guys. 20-day camp. Biggest camp we've had so far. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right. Team, let's get back into it. What's the best trade so far today? What are you guys seeing? What is the best trade so far today? What are you guys currently seeing at this moment? Best trade so far, best mover so far, best hype so far. I'm still looking around. RPTX team still could be that nice short. BKSY, new high of the day. I'm still interested in possible that, RPTX possible short back on down. Ranger, RNGR, a little bit of a pop on up here. I'm still looking for that best play. IMMX. Hey, just a little side note, team. Anyone still shorting IMMX? If you guys are shorting IMMX right here, did touch 270, but look where it's at, 248. This is one of those plays that are like frustrating that, I could have been able to make about $300, $400 off of, but the game plan was correct. Like, look at IMMX. IMMX is back down to 245 right now. I got out when it popped on up, came on down towards around 250. Look where IMMX is at this moment, 245 at this time. So IMMX, nothing at this moment. Rafiki, nothing I have with Umar at this moment from TradeZella. I am working on that, but nothing at this moment. Nothing at this time, but we are working on it. Right now, let's find that next play. Let's find that next move. MF, currently up towards around 35 cents. Right now, we're still just staying smart. Again, shout out if you guys, again, held that short over on IMMX. That was, again, my small account. John, too many shares? No, I think too little shares, buddy. Got to crank those shares on up. I only had 3,000 shares. Those are rookie numbers. You better pop those things on up there. I like to get at least, on a trade that's only $2, I like to get 5,000 to 10,000 shares per trade. PDSB. Let's find that next mover. I want to find a stock that, we can all jump in on. That's going to be a good, productive winner for all of us here. Right now, blue chips are still looking pretty solid at this moment. NVDA also, NVDA has been an awesome mover. And NVDA is one of those great climbers. How's GameStop doing today? Little sign of GameStop's back up towards around 123. Notice it's trying to bounce off that 13 EMA, right? That's another kind of example, you know, another bounce off that 13 EMA. We just been seeing this happen a lot, you know, a lot of bounces. And the thing is, I'm seeing a lot of these plays on up, and it's not even like the market is up very big at this time. The market definitely popped up towards around that 410 mark, but the market right here, when you take a look at the S&P 500, it's not like it's looking like Tesla. Tesla is going more just straight up. If I take a look over on NVDA at this moment, NVDA is more just going straight on up. If I take a look over on Amazon, what's Amazon doing at this time? Amazon's looking a lot like the S&P 500. Amazon is a little bit more slow and steady right here. SPY and Amazon look pretty identical. Same exact thing with Apple right here. AAPL, this is probably going to look pretty identical as well. We have here NUTX. NUTX, a little bit of a drop. Unfortunately, NUTX was not able to get any sort of hype. NUTX most likely is going to be a nice little fader as well. This stock is cracking the ascending triangle pattern and is just slowly fading on down. I also, as I talked about, RPTX, I still think is going to be a nice possible short as well. And that's just because RPTX at this moment, coming back on down towards this downtrend, it's most likely going to pop back up to 1150 here and there, but we should see that crack. Now, can anyone see something that I see, which is pretty significant on the day? Well, today is almost a day of what? I'm seeing another head and shoulders pattern. Where did we see head and shoulders pattern? We had IMMX, and IMMX was an awesome head and shoulders pattern where we had what? Our spike on up, drop on down, spike on up, drop on down, another a shoulder, and then we had a nice collapse so far. And this is still slowly dropping. We had our first head and shoulders pattern over on the daily chart, which is still working out and leading towards that drop. Not very quickly, but it is working. And I'm also still seeing that over on RPTX. I can see we have a little bit of a shoulder here, a little bit of a head here, and a little bit of a shoulder also still trying to form. And it's just good that you learn certain patterns to be able to say to yourself, all right, hey, this makes sense or this doesn't make sense on when you guys are jumping in on a play. So I'm just going to get rid of this line right here, make it as easy as possible. Let's turn off pre-market here. And what do I see? Well, I see that we have here's a shoulder, and I also see here's a head, and I also see here's a shoulder. And if we follow the pattern, we should see something like that, right? So left shoulder, head, right shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And then essentially, what did we have right here? That was that little pop on IMMX that scared me out, and then the stock started fading back on down even lower. You're right here, you know, we kind of have something that probably will pop back on up right here, and then, you know, most likely start fading on off if you're interested over on an RPTX short. But it's great to notice these. It's great to see these. It's great to be able to stand up and say, wow, okay, hey, I can start seeing a little bit more predictability in the stock market, and this makes a little bit more sense to me. Now, RPTX, still, that's that downtrend break. Downtrend breaks are awesome, right? Another, again, confidence area over on the short where it would be, hey, break of the downtrend. Watch for bullishness, the bearishness. 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 Because the stock is going bullishness, the bearishness. So I would say watch for another pop back up towards like the 1140s, but you could have another possible short coming on your hands over on RPTX there. SIGA also trying to make a little bit of a red to green move. Right now, I feel like we've been jumping a little bit all over the place, and that's just because, to be straight up with you guys, there hasn't been like a go-to play yet. I feel like every single trader, it's like if there's 100 people in the stock market, 20 people went after SIGA. 20 people have gone over RPTX. 20 people have gone over IMMX. 20 people have looked over on the overall market. It's kind of like everyone's still a little spread out. There's not really kind of go-to play. We're still, again, just staying watching. Let's see where that next possible move is. RPTX, there's again that little bit of that weakness. I think it might pop back on up, though, a little bit above that 1140 mark. So, I mean, maybe just do RPTX. If we needed to, we could do 1,000 shares on this play on the short side. Pop back up towards around that VWAP area. Anything above that 1140 mark, we can make a little bit of cash, make a little bit of money. RPTX, a lot of support right now, back on down. RPTX at this moment, team. I want to get started on this play. I'm going to do a small short order on RPTX. Small short order right now of only 500 shares. I want to add to it up to the VWAP though. But I am going to start shorting RPTX. And again, reason underneath the VWAP, underneath the uptrend, and also head and shoulder pattern. Not going to be a big one until it starts moving back up towards the 1140s or so, and I can add some shares when it gets up towards the 1140s. But right now, I just want to do a small trade, 500 shares, and see if that thing starts fading on off. Starting again, getting another entry right here over on my Centerpoint. So finally, again, as I said, I contacted Centerpoint. They fixed me right away, got my buying power back, and now again, I can trade with my Centerpoint account. Other than that, over on E-Trade, I'm currently up $7,000 over on my Tesla swing trade. So hey, today has been a great day so far. Missed out on my first trade. If I kept on holding, it would have been a win. But you know what? Can't say that about every trade. You know, you did what you had to do, and that's absolutely fine. Other than that, you know, I am still sitting absolutely fine over on my Tesla trade with $6,500. Super pumped about that. And then we also have RPTX, which we're looking for our next trade. But as you guys know, hey, we are back into the market of where I see things starting to move back on up. I'm back into the market of pulling the trigger daily. If you guys, again, were over on YouTube over the past few months, we haven't been pulling the trigger as much, let's say back in February or March or April, but that is all behind us. Now, every single day, we're pulling the trigger, getting after it, and making as much money as we humanly can every single day. Right now, what do we have? The S&P 500, little crack on down. S&P 500, whew, what just happened there, team? What happened over on the S&P 500? Got a little pullback. We have Fed Vice Chair Lael Brandon says it's hard to see the case for the Fed's pausing rate hikes. It says the Vice Chair of Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve spoke to Sarah, the squawk on the street. I mean, yes, the market's dropping because of this, but I feel like, don't we already know this? It's like Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainard says it's hard to see the case for the Fed pausing rate hikes. I didn't think we were even in that discussion. I didn't even think we were in the discussion of pausing rate hikes. I thought for sure, you know, we were going to keep having interest rate hikes. So that's what I believed everyone thought. So the market is starting to have a little bit of a turn. Market's having a little bit of a crack. Market's having a little bit of a dump right now. And that's just because, you know, they're stating that news. But I really didn't think in the first place we were going to have any sort of rate hikes basically slow down to begin with. Right now, RPTX, a little bit of a pop on up at this moment. A little bit of a pop over on RPTX, back up towards around that 1140-ish mark. RPTX, going to add another 500 shares, bring that up to 1,000 shares at this time over on RPTX. And again, the reason behind, as I talked about, number one, head and shoulders pattern. Number two, again, downtrend. Number three, VWAP. Stock has room to possibly pop back up towards around 1175. That would be where the next resistance line is if it ever did start breaking. Obviously, we don't want it up towards this area. This is, again, my bigger account, though, just a little heads up. So I'd like to, again, give these stocks a little bit more shares and give these stocks a little bit more room to run. This isn't my small account. This is my bigger account, where I do like to, again, give it a little bit of opportunities here and there. Right now, we're coming back up, testing that VWAP area, then looking for a reversal back on down. I haven't lost yet this week, as well as in, you know, throughout the day. Traded again on Tuesday, $3,100. Yesterday was a 16, you know, it was 1,681. Today, I would love to be able to add another big gain on the day. Would love to be able to add, you know, another 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 bucks, but we do just have to be careful with the current momentum we're seeing. Right now, we're still watching, still staying smart, still just making sure every single trade we jump into, we're doing it right. RPTX. Again, here's that little pop as we talked about. RPTX. A little bit of a pop on up here. I don't want to, again, add big shares at once. Just small and steady shares over on RPTX to see if the stock's going to fade on off. And again, right now I got 1,000 shares on this play. I wouldn't add any more shares until the stock gets back up like near 1170, if that. If it starts going back underneath the VWAP and back underneath the downtrend, that's a great sign. If it holds the uptrend and holds the downtrend, again, I get out. Something you'll learn about me a lot of times if you guys are new to my trading strategy is if I don't have a play working for me, that's fine. I just get out and I move on from it. If a trade is working for me, I like to hold it so I make as much money as I can. How many people here, let's, just, by a show of hands, virtual hands, I guess you would say, how many people here win, but when they win $200? And when they lose $800. Who here, again, when you win $50. But when you lose $300. So essentially, no matter what you do, you would have to win about 6 times to make back one loss. Who here, again, let's say you have a bigger account. When you win, you make $500. But when you lose $3,000. No matter what you do, you have to win 3, 4, 5 times just to make back a loss, right? A lot of people have that issue. A lot of people have that problem. A lot of people, again, run into that problem where they say, Deck, I win, but every single loss I have is bigger than my win. Well, there's only, again, one way to fix that. The only way to fix that is to, number one, be willing to hold your gains. And number two, have a stop loss. People say, Deck, I keep losing $400 on every single trade. Well, then have a stop loss at $200, right? Well, okay, that's an easy fix right there. If you win on average, let's say $100, well, then your stop loss has to be $50. If you went on average $75, then again, your stop loss has to be on average $40. If you went on average $600, then your stop loss on average has to be $300. You just can't let your whole entire account blow past you. And the issue is, a lot of traders is they want to take their profits right when they have them. So the thing is, guess what they do? They always say to themselves, Deck, I'm up, right now $50. I don't want to lose. I just took a loss before of $200. I just want to take my $50 profit. And you take your profit and the stock keeps going up and up and up and you could have made more. Remember, get into a plan with a target, right? If you're not getting in with a plan, there's no point of even trading to begin with. So for me, I'm in on RPTX right now. What's my plan? RPTX, my plan is, okay, Deck, I will hold this play if it gets up towards 1175. If I see the stock start breaking 1175, I'm going to get out. That is meaning that this stock basically has what? About 20 cents it could spike on up before I get out. But if I want to make money on this trade, I want to get out of this play back on down towards $11. That means I have 50 cents that I can profit. If I take a look over on RPTX right now, I basically have 20 cents I can lose, and I have about 50 cents I can profit. Well, that's great. That's great risk and reward. But you got to be willing to stick to that plan. Most people jump into stocks with no plans whatsoever. At the seminar, I talked about this, guys, where we have to, for me, let's say I go to the grocery store. I like to write down everything I have to get at the grocery store. Okay, I need a packet of chicken. I need some rice. I need this. I need that. And the reason why I say that is because if, again, a stock, and I got to get out right here, little sign up team, got to get out of my play just because I got to stick to my plan. RPTX, a little bit of a pop on up, so I'm out of my play right there, guys. Had to take a quick little loss, as you guys can see. Got to stick to my plan. But the thing is, look what would have happened right now if I kept on holding. Take a look at what's going on with RPTX. RPTX is all the way up towards 1190 right now. It started squeezing. It started popping. It's still on the green side at this moment because I stuck to my plan. I'm not going to let my loss go up to $1,000 because I know when I do win, I'll make $1,000 and I'll make back my $400 loss. So that's what stock trading is all about. I have friends in the stock trading world who lose nonstop. I have friends in the stock trading world who lose probably 7 out of 10 trades and they still do this full time. It's just they lose 7 out of 10 trades and they lose 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, win 5,000. Lose 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, win 5,000, right? That's kind of, what sometimes the market does, or that's, what sometimes, strategy is. But as long as you cut losses quick, you're going to be absolutely fine. So, I like to think about it. Sometimes my greatest trades are the trades that I actually had a stop loss and got out quickly. I can't tell you how many trades that I have jumped in on that haven't worked out. And guess what happens? The stock just kept on going. And I said, phew. I could have lost $50,000. I could have lost $100,000. So far, today's been a little bit tricky, though, for myself. I mean, it's great I still have my, I'm still up on this day. I lost $200 over on Trade Zero, lost $400. So currently down about $600 on, let's say, my actual day trades. And right now over on my Tesla trade, I'm currently up $6,000. So on the day, so far today, I'm still up $5,400. And hopefully, again, Tesla just keeps on climbing. But it's just, why has today been a little bit tricky, let's say? Well, it's been a little bit tricky because volume's been a little scattered. We've had half the volume over on blue chips. We've had a small percentage of volume over on RPTX. We've had some traders look over on IMMX at the start of the day. Some people are looking over on random stock A, B, C, or D. So there hasn't been kind of like a go-to mob play. It seems like everyone's been kind of jumping around from play to play. So right now, Very small losses for my, again, account size. Just a little heads up. Some people are like, Deck, you lost, $400. Guys, I have $108,000 in my account. This means how much did I lose? I lost 0.4% of my account. 0.4% of my account today. Okay, so remember, it's all about putting everything in perspective. Sometimes you see people on social media lose $3,000. They trade with $3 million, right? So it's all about understanding how much you're investing to make out of it. $400 loss could be huge if you have $1,000 in your account. Right here, still watching and waiting. And I apologize, guys, over on YouTube, there's always, again, like, I don't know, I guess it just happens on every single live stream that there's just random bots that spam inappropriate sites. So obviously I try to always delete that as quickly as I can. So I always try to get rid of that, team. Right now, the S&P 500. S&P 500, spike on up, dump on down, spike on up. Right now, it's still just holding that 13 EMA. Tesla at this moment, currently still sitting at 757. I would like to see it again push up towards that $800 mark. Obviously, that would be the main goal in time. Looking for a little bit of a cleaner trade, looking for a little bit of a cleaner breakout right now. And it's a little bit interesting because over the past few days, I've been able to make the money that I have from trading a lot of these blue chips. But it's a little bit weird right now. Tesla is moving on up. NVDA at this time is moving on up. We're seeing a lot of these, tech stocks right here, right? They're trying to move themselves on up. The S&P 500 at this moment is kind of just moving sideways. To me, if I had to take a guess, it looks like tech stocks are moving, which shows us that maybe the NASDAQ is pushing a little bit harder. Let's see here. Like you can see, look at the confusion. We got the Dow down today, which is more like energy type of plays. The NASDAQ is up today, which is more technology plays. And the S&P 500 is kind of just mixed in the middle, which is a mix of the Dow and the NASDAQ and the top 500 plays. So you can kind of see how it's like working out at this moment. You can see how basically, the Dow is falling at this time. The NASDAQ is slowly trying to rise at this time, and the S&P 500 is a mixture of both, which just basically puts it in the middle at this moment. So it's a little bit tricky, as I talked about, a little bit of an odd day, which, if it's an odd day, as long as Tesla just keeps on pushing, I'm happy. Yeah, Night Trader, YouTube allows bots to spam me, these weird websites, but I can't play again an AC/DC song. I can't throw on a little bit of J Beebs and just rock out, in peace. Krishan, again, I do ban their accounts. They just keep coming back somehow. Still, again, keeping our eyes peeled. Let's find that next play, RPTX, baby. Let's find that next play, next move, next stock right now. RPTX, still trying to stay alive here slightly. I just want to play something with movement. Also, what's very important, team, is we talked about daily goals on a specific trade, right? We've talked about that before. Goals on a specific trade. But let's also, again, think about goals on throughout the day. Does anyone here have a limit where you say to yourself, hey, Sean, I have a $5,000 account. If I lose $700 on the day, I'm completely done on the day. I think that's also a very good thing to have. I think it's good to have a profit limit and also a loss limit. Sometimes when I have a great day and I say, hey, I'm up $10,000 on the day, I might do one last trade and say, okay, if I have any sort of loss here, if I go down to 9,500, I'm done, I'm out, let's walk away with a win. Sometimes, again, I might have a rough day. And you know what happened? I might lose $2,000, $2,500. And that's where you got to say to yourself, hey, you know what, Sean? Today's not working out. Tomorrow's a brand new day. Start fresh. Don't blow up an account. How many people here have ever been in the green up big, but you keep over trading, and you end up going into the red? I think that's the most frustrating thing in stock trading. I think the most frustrating thing in stock trading is being up huge on the day and you personally still being too greedy and wanting more and end up going red on the day. I think that's one of the most frustrating things in stock trading because there's no one to blame other than yourself on that, right? I've done that so many times where I'd be up $4,000 on the day. And next thing you know, I'm only up 500 on the day. And I say, okay, well, let's try to get back up a little bit. And then I'm a red on the day. And it's like, obviously we want to point a finger. Obviously we want to be like, but it's really, again, it's just because you got too greedy. It's just because you didn't have any sort of limit. Once you start making money on the day, you should always have some sort of limit on yourself. So let's talk about that for a second while we're watching some of these plays right here. Some things that we definitely always want to be on top of is when we wake up in the morning, and this is us every single morning, we should again walk over to our chair and say to ourselves, all right, if I hit this line on the day, I'm 100% done. If I hit this line on the day, I'm 100% done. And what would this mean? This would mean, let's say I make $5,000 today. If I hit $5,000, I'm going to be happy and I'm going to be willing to walk away, and I'm going to be willing to say to myself, all right, time for me to go outside and enjoy life. Time for me to walk away and get away from the computer. That's absolutely awesome. And there's also needs to be a limit where if you say, okay, if I lose $2,000 on the day, guess what? Today's not for me. You know what? I still got to walk away and just say to myself, it's not working out today. Let me not blow up an account. But there's also another little strategy you guys have to add within this strategy. And this strategy is, once you guys are up in the green, do not let yourself ever get out of the green. So if you're ever up $5,000, what I like to do to myself is say, okay, I'm up $5,000. If I see anything right here, 3,700. If I take a trade and I lose $1,000, if I lose $1,300, that's also me walking away. I'm always again walking away at that point as well. So the thing is, if I ever have a bad day and I hit $2,000 in losses, hey, close up the computer. It's just not working out. That's fine. Doesn't mean you're a bad trader. Everyone has bad days. Just like, again, a golfer, a professional golfer, Tiger Woods, he finishes in first place a lot of times. There's times he doesn't even make it to the tournament. Steph Curry, the best basketball shooter in the league. There are times that he may show up on game day and he only gets 1-3 out of the entire game. And you might say, whoa, Steph had a really bad game. Same exact thing with stock trading, team. There might be a day that just you are not feeling it. You may have distractions in your life. You just aren't, getting the right plays. That's okay, but don't let this go down to $20,000 and you burn your entire account. Also, when you guys are up and you guys are killing it, that's amazing. But if you guys are up $500, leave if you go down to $450. Leave if you go down to $400. If you guys make $2,000, leave if you guys make a trade and it comes on down to $1,400. If you guys are up $5,000, leave if you fall on down to $3,700. Once you are up in the green, make it impossible for you to go to the red. Once you are up in the green, make it impossible for you to ever again take that loss, right? Rooster, well, what about a bad week where I keep losing 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000? Well, then there's an underlying issue, right? If you lose every single day throughout a week, 2,000, well, then there's something, not just it's a bad day, you're doing something wrong. That's like, a deck. Hey, deck. If you come up to me and you say, hey, I got a speeding ticket, you talk to your parents and you say, Mom, Dad, I got a speeding ticket today. And you know what? You had one speeding ticket in the past year. Me as a parent, I would say, how fast were you going? Okay, hey, watch it. Like, don't do that again. You know better than that. If you came to me every single week and you said, hey, I got another speeding ticket. Hey, I got another speeding ticket. I got another speeding ticket. There's an underlying issue. It's not you were just having a bad day. It's not, you just accidentally went over the speed limit and you got caught. It's not that, again, this happens once a month. If you, again, get a speeding ticket every single month, every single week, you are the problem, not just a random bad day. So if you're like, Deck, I lose every single day. Well, again, I know it sounds mean, but you have the problem. The problem is you don't have good entries. You're not picking the right stocks. You are not trading high risk and low, or high reward and low risk. You are not, having a strategy. There's something else underlying that. So make sure you guys start thinking about that right now. Right now, I still think RPTX back underneath that downtrend. Actually, you know, we can put a new downtrend, I guess we would want, because that's where it bounced off last time. Still watching that play, and I still think there's a great shorting opportunity. Tesla right now back up towards, again, that 760 mark. That's obviously my big win on the day. You know, big win on the day right here is just holding a nice little blue chip. AFRM right here, still watching this one. And AFRM hasn't really been too bad. Nice little green candle, small little green pop on up so far. Let's go through these top gainers together. And let's also change these top gainers, team. Right now, this is configured from 25 cents to $25. But let's go from 25 cents to $2,000. So we get every single top gainer there is. And let's just see if anything changes. Really, nothing changes. The way I always like to double check this as well is we should see MF as our number 1 top gainer, IMMX as our number 2 top gainer, and YMTX as our number 3 top gainer. And what do we have right here? Let's go to www.finviz.com. We go over finviz.com, and what do we see? We see IMMX as our number 1 top gainer, RPTX is our number 2 top gainer, YMTX is our number 3 top gainer, and RDBX is our number 4 top gainer. So we can always, again, double check it. Pretty much the same exact list at this time, but Trade Ideas is missing RPTX, which obviously we have been well aware of, that we've been watching this one still hold that uptrend. And then on top of that, we also still want to keep our eyes peeled over on RDBX, as RDBX right now is still just slow and steady at this moment. How many people at this time are just sitting on their hands? Is there anyone sitting on their hands right now just saying, Deck, you know, I see some potential, I just don't feel confident enough to jump on in? Is there anyone right now that's just saying, Deck, I definitely see RDBX is building an uptrend, but I just don't really feel like, you know, jumping in on that and just trying to hope that it's just kind of pushing on up? Yeah, so a lot of you guys right now are just saying yes, 0, 0, me. Yeah, so a lot of people right now, if you guys are just sitting on your hands, I think that's absolutely fine at this moment, but we definitely want to keep it going. Tassos, man, Deck, how long you been trading? I started trading when I was 20 years old. Right now, I am currently 43. So it's been, 23 years that I've been trading? So RDBX, let's keep our eyes peeled on. Watching to see if this stock's going to be able to continue to move on up. Tradecaster, guys, just don't tell anyone on YouTube. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. It's crazy. Just Tradecaster guys, just keep your mouth shut. They have no idea. Okay? They're just guys, yes, it is true. I use a great skin treatment. Great skin treatment every single night. Okay? I'm just kidding, guys. I'm not 43. I'm 28. So I've been trading for the past 8 years now, going up on 9 years. I turned 29 in August, and 29 in August, that would be kind of like my ninth year. I started back in the fall, so coming up to like 8.5 years right now. Yeah, so don't worry. 28. Started back in college. Sophomore year of college is when I started becoming obsessed in the stock market. And really all I did in my college career, in my whole entire college career, was me educating myself. I took a really big risk in college, and it paid out. But college, I went to class, right? I did what I had to do, but I honestly just used all the free time I had. I used all the loans I had, all the financial aid I had, basically where I had 3 years of not needing a job, where everything was kind of taken out with loans, that I took that time and I studied. You know, did I go out every now and then and have a good time? Absolutely. I'm not saying, again, all I did was sit in my room all day and never, have any sort of fun and not talk to anyone. But my entire college career was, if I wasn't in class, I was in the library just trying to learn about stock trading, because I knew once I graduated college, I would have to get a job and I would have to work 9 to 5, and I wasn't going to be able to trade from 9 to 5. And then you know what else I would have to do? I wouldn't be able to have the time and the effort. And then I would have to worry about paying back school loans. And then I have to worry about where am I going to live and get a house and pay off a mortgage. And then I'll have to do this and that. So for me, my college career was, I have 3 years I have sophomore year, junior year, and senior year to learn how to trade stocks, become successful at stock trading. By the time I graduate, I won't even need my degree, and I can just trade full time there. I can be my own boss, and I can work. And I had 3 years to make that happen, and that's what I did. And when I got out of college, I will say, when I got out of college, guess what I did? Paid off my school loans first week. First week I got out of school, paid off my school loans. Then after that, lived back home for about 6 months, 7 months, saved on up because I just paid off my student loans, traded at home. And then I again moved out to Hoboken. Lived in Hoboken in New Jersey for the 3 years. Lived there for about 3.5 years. Kept on trading, kept saving on up. Again, made, what was it, 225,000, 400,000. Last year made 555,000. Then I bought a home. I bought a home in straight cash. Don't have to worry about any sort of mortgage whatsoever. And I've been living in my house now for the past 1.5 years. So it's just been building on up. I like to, again, pay off certain things, save on up, live my life, buy something else, save on up, live my life, buy something else. So that's kind of what it comes down to. But yeah, I mean, team, trust me, if I can do this, anyone can do this. If I can do this, team, anyone can do this. I'm not trying to sound cliche. I'm not trying to sound cheesy in any sort of way. But if I can put in the work, team, anyone can. I graduated, not even lying, literally near the end of my class in high school. I am not the most intelligent person in the world. I'm willing to work. That's it. I'm willing to put in the hours. Most people just aren't willing to put in the hours. If you're willing to put in the hours, you're going to be successful. And that's really in anything in life. You show up every day, you'll do it. Right now, RPTX still bouncing off that uptrend. We have a couple nice uptrends at this moment. If you are saying to yourself, Deck, all I want is a slow and steady play. If you just want a slow and steady play at this time, you basically have two plays. RPTX is the number 2 top gainer right now. This is a slow and steady play. And then you also have RDBX right here. And RDBX is also another slow and steady play. You basically have 2 plays at this moment that you guys are all set, ready to go. So RDBX still just slow and steady at this time. Still just, moving itself on up right now. And those are about it right now. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Tesla's just still paying me out, guys. Right now, I'm currently up over $10,000 on the day today on Tesla. I know it's kind of crazy. I know it's kind of crazy at this moment, but I haven't done anything today. On the fact where it's like, Deck, go crazy, do something. Deck, rip your shirt off. It's just I haven't done anything today other than buy Tesla, and Tesla's just been able to make me $11,000 on the day now. So while this is not a crazy day trade, this is one of the best things about swing trading. This is one of the most awesome things about swing trading is I haven't done anything whatsoever on this day where I had to be emotional and I have to go wild and I need to dump water bottles on my head and do certain crazy things like that. Right now, at this moment, I'm currently up on the day today, $10,821, and that has just been from Tesla going from 726 all the way up to 767. So hopefully we can start pushing 15 grand today. Hopefully we can keep on pushing and keep on going up towards around 15,000. So we're still watching. Today, again, as we talked about today's live stream, make sure you guys check out the link in the description below. But again, we do want to check out, Centerpoint. Centerpoint team, best day trading broker out there. They are giving 50% off trading commissions. They are giving off 50% off brokerage fees and all those locate fees at this time. Make sure you guys click the description in the link below and make sure you guys go check that on out. Centerpoint today. That is, again, what we're representing. But we are still looking for that big time trade. RDBX, a little bit of a crack here. RDBX, first little crack at this moment. And really, if we are waiting for that short, we are just waiting for this team. Like, if you want to short RDBX at this moment, it's not a bad opportunity because RDBX has a nice higher low and then it's looking to crack. RDBX has a nice little higher low and then we're looking for a crack. You're right. I'm down to keep on trading. Absolutely. But right now at this moment, let's just play what has good reward for us. Good reward doesn't mean every trade's going to be a win, but what we can see is RDBX had a great uptrend and it's starting to crack its trend line. We can see where reward is at and when we can see where risk is at. We can see where bullishness is at and where risk is at. We can see where bullishness is at and where risk is at. So right now, RDBX is going to have a lot of resistance back up near around that $7 mark. If we want to get involved with RDBX starting to crack this uptrend at this moment, RDBX, let's see if we can go ahead and maybe look for a little bit of a short entry over on the stock. So do we have anything here? RDBX, this play just came on up towards around $7. Easily could fade back on down towards around that 670 mark in time. RDBX, where is it up towards that 690-ish mark right here? RDBX, gotta probably locate shares to short on this one. And a lot of these plays, guys, they're not going to be super fast. That's just what we need to remember, right? These plays right here are not going to be super fast or super quick. Yeah, these shares cost nothing. Was it $6 total for these shares? So RDBX, that's getting a little bit weaker. Let's go ahead, pull the trigger. RDBX right here. And let's again short 1,000 shares. Remember, team, all I'm trying to do at this moment is short plays that have good reward for us. And again, have a tight stop loss. What's a tight stop loss? If this stock starts getting back above, I would say the price of $7.10, that would be where we'd say to ourselves, all right, hey, let's be smart here. But when we take a look at this play, remember, getting in on the short side when a stock is cracking its trend line, is that ever a bad entry? That's not a bad entry at all. No way, Jose, that's not a bad entry. A bad trade would be if the stock spikes all the way back up to $7.20 and you're still holding it. This stock may get back up towards $7, $7.05, something along that area. But, right here, it's not a bad entry as the stock is breaking its downtrend. It's not a bad entry as the stock is trying to hold itself on up and has opportunity to start reversing back on down. So RDBX, if this one starts getting back above that like 705 mark, I would probably do maybe 1,000 more shares just because I would try to be able to short it right next to the top and then go from there. So RDBX, still watching this one closely. See what this one's going to do for us. But all these plays are going to be slow today. Just a little heads up. All these plays are going to be a little bit on the slower side. Nothing is going to be super quick day trading wise. If you want the big money right now, the big money is still on the S&P 500 and these blue chips. Like GameStop is still moving on up. Look at GameStop, guys, all the way up towards, again, 130. If you take a look at GameStop, GameStop is all the way up towards, again, that 130-ish mark and still trying to get a little bit of hype and still trying to get a little bit of momentum right here. RDBX, little pop up towards around that 705 mark. Just again, keep that on watch. That could be a nice possible short, especially up near around that 705 mark. GameStop, also quick little pop. I do like how GameStop at this moment just again ran all the way up towards that 130-ish mark, 132. I'm actually interested in a possible short over on GameStop at this time as well as GameStop. This is a play that yesterday was able to pay me out a nice chunk of change. I just want to see GME. 130. So GameStop's another very good stock that I think has a lot of potential to be able to make you some nice money and make you some nice cash. And I still want to keep my eyes peeled over on GameStop as, again, it moves on up towards, again, that 130-ish area. I have seen GameStop, drop on down many times before in the past. And GameStop is usually always a pretty nice shorting opportunity for myself. So GameStop right here. I'm going to actually pull the trigger with 250 shares on the short side. So I'm actually pulling the trigger with 250 shares on the short side on GameStop at this time. So right now, just a little heads up, out of my day trades at this moment, I do have GME, GameStop, I'm shorting at this time, 250 shares. And I have RDBX, which I'm shorting at this time with 1,500 shares, currently down 150 bucks. RDBX, I'm looking for this one to fall underneath the 690 mark. The reason why I'm looking for RDBX, again, I just want to explain every single trade I make, is I'm looking for RDBX to basically hit where it just hit, 710, and start reversing back on down. So we already know this team. We've talked about this before in the past. RDBX right here. This stock is on the bullish side. Once this stock cracks the bullish side, obviously the opposite side is bearish side. We are currently down $461 on the day. We can see at this moment, we are down right here, 461 bucks. If RDBX starts cracking back down towards that VWAP area and starts cracking beneath that, we should be able to make about $500 on this trade. But we can see anything from this purple line, up, this is where we see the bulls. Right? That's what they consider bulls. And we could see from this purple line down, this is where we see what we call the bears. And this is where the stock could start feeding and start dropping its way on up. If it breaks, if this stock ever broke back above, let's say this line, and starts getting back in the bulls, that's where you have to move on from this trade. Right? That's where you have to get out from this trade, and that's where you have to become, say to yourself, all right, hey, got to make sure I get out of the stock and not get squeezed out. So right here, you can see we're basically testing, which is why we're giving it a chance at this moment. Now, Deck, why are we again looking for a possible short over on GameStop? Why are we looking for a short over on GME? GME, I'm looking at the daily chart. GME, this stock is bouncing off the 13 EMA, which is why it went from 115 and spiked all the way on up towards around this downtrend, all the way up towards the end 135. Since this stock just came up towards this downtrend area, I just think there's going to be a nice reversal area over on GameStop. GameStop just went on a pop from 122 straight up to 133, which is right next to that downtrend area. And I just think it's going to be able to fall back down to like 128, 127, something along those areas. Right now, so far, we're currently down $461 on the day. We're waiting for both plays to become profitable for us. Remember, I have not done any sort of wild day trades today yet, have I? Every single trade that I've done so far, I've either, again, sold when I'm down 200 bucks or 300 bucks, just because I'm not willing to take any sort of large unnecessary risk, especially because Tesla, I'm up $11,000 today. I know, again, we're not giving that one as much attention because we're trying to find a nice little day trade, but right now, team, it's pretty wild. I'm currently up $12,000 over on my Tesla trade today. So Tesla is still pushing, and Tesla is still pumping out some big numbers here. Tesla is all the way up towards 770 at this moment. So, right now, I'm just kind of understanding the vibe of today. And what's the vibe of today? Hey, Deck, if you don't get a big trade over on your penny stock account, that's fine. You're up 12 grand on the morning over on Tesla. Hey, Deck, if you don't get a huge, return out of GameStop, that's fine. Keep all losses small. That's, again, my whole thought process at this moment. Keep losses small. Don't let them affect your Tesla trade. So I'm in on 2 plays right here, just so everyone can see them. Right now, GameStop's starting to pay us out pretty good, though. So right now, still watching. And I would love to see, I'm going to give Tesla a little bit of love real quick. Tesla, guys, Tesla is breaking 770, which is a very strong resistance line. If we take a look at the past chart history pattern really quickly, if we take a look over on the past chart history pattern over on Tesla, let's just go back to a 15-minute time frame. Look what we have here. Tesla, 15-minute time frame at this moment. Look at the strong resistance line coming on up. This is going to be significant. So right now, what do we have? Tesla, we're cooking. We really are, guys. All right, so right now, Tesla's cooking. We're all the way on up to 773. We have major resistance coming on up. We have top resistance at 775, top resistance at 775, top resistance right around 775, and Tesla right now is at 774. So far, as you guys know, I do have 400 shares. That's my quantity. That's how many shares I have on this play. It comes out to about a $300,000 investment. I'm currently up $12,000 on my unrealized gain and $13,000 on today. If we can break through 775 and start pushing up towards around 800 bucks, We have a lot of potential. So let's see if Tesla is going to be able to keep on moving through that 775 mark, because if we can start breaking 775, I may start turning up the jazz a little bit, baby. We start may getting a little bit more of this hype, and we start may getting a little bit more of this potential. So right here, just a little heads up. Let's also keep our eyes peeled on our other plays. We can't forget about them. We got RDBX sitting right at 705, right? We're going back to that 2-minute time frame. RDBX still underneath the downtrend. Really, I have no fears and no concerns until RDBX starts getting above the downtrend again, because as long as we're underneath the downtrend, we are considered weaker. And GME at this time, GameStop, we are in the green at this moment. GameStop, my average cost basis is 130.36. So right now, we're still absolutely fine. Those are, again, as I can't stress this enough, team. Every day trade I make, unfortunately today, it's going to be on the smaller side day trade wise, because you guys can see it. It's not like there's anything exploding that we can truly take advantage of. Right now, I'm really just trying to nitpick what I can. And I'm trying to nitpick what I can without forcing. I'm trying to nitpick what I can without putting myself in bad positions where people are going to follow and then just, take a loss. That's never what I want. I want to, again, nitpick what we can to be able to make the most profit that we can. Cyrus spamming the YouTube saying, hey, Sean, please buy Facebook at 190. Believe me, it's going to go up. Can't argue with that. Hey, you got it. I can't argue with just a random YouTube comment saying, buy at Facebook, trust me. Hey, can't. Can't argue with that. I like it. Right now, we're still watching GameStop a little bit. Still watching RDBX. RDBX, there's a little bit of that turnover on RDBX. Right now, we're watching Tesla to break through 775. We have GameStop. We're looking to see if this one's going to get a little bit weaker. Come on, Tesla. Tesla break through 775. Still watching this one. See if we get any sort of big hype, big movement, big action towards it. I just want to make sure that we're all set here. Right now, we got GameStop slightly in the green. RDBX, remember, we still got to keep our eyes peeled over on RDBX. RDBX, as long as we stay underneath this downtrend, we're still considered bearish. That's it. It's an easy way to trade it. If it goes above 715, you take your loss, you move on. GameStop at this moment. GameStop at this time. This stock, we're looking for this one to turn on down. Came up to the downtrend. We're looking for that one to reverse. We're looking for that one to fade on off. So we basically have our game plans at the moment. We don't really have to worry too much. We don't have to fear anything. We know, again, GameStop, we're looking for a crack back on down towards around 125. We know on RDBX at this moment, we're looking for this to drop back down to the VWAP, back down towards around 680 and possibly crack that. And then Tesla, we're looking for this one to go underneath that 775-ish mark. So 775 to see if that one starts getting a little bit weaker and that one starts fading on off. So we're just giving all these plays a little bit of time. Let's just see what we have here. Still, again, not forcing, waiting and watching. Still GameStop, paying us out here slightly. Doing everything we really need to do right here. No forcing at this moment, team. No forcing. What do we got? We got Facebook. Facebook, a little bit of a pop on up so far. Hey, what did we learn here today? Listen to random comments on YouTube. Okay, so yeah. Right now, I'm just more focused over on Tesla at this time. Still watching, still waiting. At this time on Tesla, as we've talked about, at this time on Tesla, we are looking to break $15,000 today. If we can do it, it's huge. If we can break $15,000 today, that would be fantastic. And it really comes down to we need to get above 775. Right now, what we need to see here is going to be that break of 775. And if we look at a past 15-minute time frame, look how strong that 775 mark is. Touch here, touch here, touch here, touch here. We have so much resistance right around that 775 mark. If we can break through 775, that's where we have so much potential. It's where we have so much hype and we have so much movement behind it. So he's always listening. He's always listening. If you guys do not know, Elon Musk is in the chat. He likes to, again, come in every now and then. Hold on. Hey, what's up, man? No. I wasn't talking bad about you. No, I was actually, right now, no, I'm actually up 13K today. Yeah, it's 13,000 today. But is there any tweets? Hold on. Any tweets that you can maybe put out today? I don't know. Make something up. Okay. Yeah, I do like that. That is good. So you'll break so okay, let's get 15K today. I'll split it with you. Okay, 15. Okay. All right, I love you too, E. All right, no, I love you. Yeah, yes. I'll see you tonight. Yes. No, don't wear your high heels. That's always embarrassing. Okay, I'll see you tonight. Okay, bye. All right. So right now, insider tip. We're gonna be breaking 775. Insider tip. We are going to be breaking 775. Word on the street. I don't know where it came from. Just getting that vibe at this moment. We should be breaking 775 in the next few moments. Right now, the stock is at 773. We're trying to break over $15,000 on the day today. Let's just, again, see what happens. Let's just say it's all stock trading. We're just looking right now at the chart. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. I mean, our boy E may be pulling through here soon. Right now, we're at 774. At this moment. Come on, E. Come on, Uncle E. We haven't break through again. We have 774.88 as the high of the day at this moment. Looking to see if this is going to be able to break through that 775-ish mark. We know our strong resistance line. We just hit a new high of the day of 775. Come on, E, baby. Come on. You know what? Whatever. Hey, bring out the high heels tonight, E. Bring them out. I won't be embarrassed. Bring them out. Get those high heels on. Walking around looking all cute with your nice little calves. Come on, E. Push it up to 775. I want to make 15,000 today. We got 775, the exact high of the day number so far. We're trying to break 15K on the day. Right now, we're at 774.94. Looking for that 775 break. Oh, we're going to do it. We're going to do it right here. High of the day, 775. There we go. E, baby. Woo! E, coming in hot today. We're currently at 775.80. Watching the nice little pop on up. 775.46. Currently up $14,000 on the day. I mean, guys, it's like, Deck, how do you predict these things? How do you know these things are going to happen? Yeah, I don't know. You figure some things on out here and there. You do what you got to do. I don't know. A little fugazi. Eh? Someone bringing the beat balls. Come on. I don't know. These just gabagoo. Right now, again, we're just doing what we can. Right now, again, I asked E to get 15K on the day. Right now, we're at 776 at this moment. 776 at this time. Let's see if we can keep on breaking. We're currently up $14,000 on this day. $14,000 on this day right now. And we're looking good. Shout out to E-Money. Shout out to E-Money at this time. Right now, again, I like it. I like what we got. I like what we have right now. Oh, man, absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful at this time. I love what we have. I love what we have at this second. So far, again, we are sitting pretty. We are sitting nice at this time. I love it. I love what we got. Right now, we are just sitting. I know. I know. Dex phone. Yeah, I know. I know I'm watching it. You little rascal. You're just such a crazy little bastard, aren't you? I know. All right. Hey, good. Yeah, I'll see you tonight. Okay, keep it up. Okay, bye, bud. Yep, love you too. Bye. He's so funny. He's so funny at times. What a little rascal. All right. Great job so far today. Currently sitting just underneath $15,000 in profit. We're going to keep this going a little bit more and have ourselves a nice little day. Nice work so far here, traders. Nice work so far. Right now, team, let's get back to our other little penny stocks at this time. We got RDBX. Right now, RDBX. Still, team, we're okay. We're still here over on RDBX. Right? We're still here on RDBX. Just a little sign up. Bring these on over. GameStop, we're still just sitting. GameStop sitting right there. We're currently down $80 over on RDBX. We're currently down, again, 179. These are just like baby losses. Right? I mean, these are... the thing is, I don't even know if I want to keep holding these plays, guys, because I just don't want it to cut into, again, this day whatsoever. So, to be honest with you guys right now, I'm thinking about just getting out of my day trades right here because the day trade world is just really slow at this moment. I'm just not seeing too much on the day trade world that's bringing in a lot of volume and hype for me. So I'm going to give everyone, again, kind of like a minute heads up. If you guys are in on RDBX and want to get out before me, you guys can. If you guys are in on GameStop right now and you guys want to get out before me, you guys can. Whenever I make a trade, if it's a trade that I jump in on and then I change my mind about it, I don't want to be rude or disrespectful to you guys. And I always want you guys to be able to get out of it before I get out of a play or, again, take a profit before I take a profit. So, right here, I'm just going to get out of GameStop for a $95 loss and get out of RDBX for $134. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any sort of crazy rip and runs in the penny stock or micro cap world. Everything else is kind of just a little too slow, and I don't want any sort of gains being eaten away over on Tesla today. So $33 and $194 right there. I'm going to, again, just start off with my GameStop one. Actually, I'll give GameStop a second. GameStop's actually making $140. Let's get out of. I'm gonna get out of RDBX right here, and RDBX could still be a winner. RDBX easily could still win. It's only down $179, which is barely anything. It's currently sitting at 703. It just, no reason for me to keep on holding. And then GameStop, I'm currently up $9. I'm just gonna, move on from GameStop. Currently up $94 at this time. Now here we go. Look at that, guys. Woo! That was fun. GameStop right now. GameStop, I'm up $326. Now I'm up $350, $370. GameStop right now getting a nice little dump, $371. So right now, again, kind of just takes a little bit of the loss off from before. All right, nice. All right, team. So right here, obviously, I like to trade with over $100,000 on my trades. I'm taking very, very small trades at this moment. I do have a loss on my day trading account, but right now we're still up $14,000 on the day. So I just want to make sure that you guys are all good here. I want to make sure that everyone here is all set. But yeah, for anyone that, is new to, Tradecaster, or if this is your first time ever watching me, whenever we have time, if I ever make a trade that I'm not 100% about, or even if a stock is up in profit, I would rather have you guys take the win rather than, again, me take the win. And it really just comes down to what? It comes down to, obviously, I know a lot of you guys like the trades I make and you guys follow the trades I make. I don't encourage you guys to follow the trades I make. I don't want you guys to follow the trades I make. I want you guys to learn from my trade. And if we happen to jump in on the same one, great. But I want you to know why you're getting in on this play, right? So right now, everything's a little bit slower. We're not seeing too much over in the penny stock world. We are, again, more just keeping our eyes peeled over on, our Tesla trade at this time. And we got up towards a high of the day, right around 777. And as you guys know, I'm just going to probably just keep holding for a bit. This dude, when will you lock in some profits on Tesla? What will the price point be? I don't know, guys. I mean, the thing over on Tesla, as I talked about, is I am not going to lie to you guys and say I'm going to hold this for the next year straight, right? I'm not going to lie to you guys and, say I'm going to hold this for the next, year straight. I'm really just going with the flow right now. And if this one can keep going on up, I know the Nasdaq's down 30% on the year. Tesla is down 40% on the year. We're back above that 13 EMA. I definitely think we can get above 800 over the next day, week or so. Anything along that time. GME starting to get that dump right there. GME. There you go. Shout out to you guys if you guys are still short in GME. ML Deck, can I have a 3-month membership, please? Hey, coming on up, if you guys do or do not know, June 6th on Monday. June 6th, ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off our summer boot camp. We only have this boot camp one time a year. I am not charging you guys anything for this boot camp. It's not $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 charge. I always like to do this one time a year, which is if you are dedicated to stock trading and you want to learn how to stock trade, I am going to teach you everything that everyone sells $4,000 for. If you are on tradecaster.com, just get to Tradecaster. I will teach you everything you need to know from day 1 to day 20, going over everything. Make sure you guys are here. So if you guys aren't here, if you guys are on YouTube, sign on up to a free 7-day pass and take advantage of this, upcoming month. I don't understand why you wouldn't. Well, Deck, I got this. Hey, if you want to be a stock trader, be a stock trader, but you got to put in work. Stop listening to your random group chats. Stop listening to random things you read on Reddit. I will teach you how to be successful in the stock market. Warning, boot camp may include 4,000 burpees. You're not wrong. Yeah, it might get you up and moving a little bit. All right, now we want to see Tesla. Biomed, I saw you give me a DM right here. Say, will the boot camp be recorded, or I will need to rewind the stream when I get home from work? You will have to rewind the stream. So the boot camp will only be there for it will be there the entire day. It'll be there from the moment we do it at 11 o'clock all the way up till around 9 o'clock at night. But after 9 o'clock at night, it is gone. Again, I have it recorded, but I'm allowing everyone to rewatch it as many times as they need to from 11 o'clock when we do it all the way up at 9 o'clock at night. So even if you have work, you can watch it later on when you get home. J-Rob, we need the Elon song for the Tesla run. Maybe. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. If you guys do have any questions, comments, or concerns, please let me know, and I will be more than happy to help you guys on out. Also, I'm going to send this out to everyone tonight. Let me just find exactly where it is. I sent this out probably 6 months ago. I haven't sent it out in a while, though, and this is just going to be for everyone, for anyone who wants to track their trades and who does not pay for anything. This is a great tracker. Just a little heads up. It's always so important just to be able to track your trades. And why is it so important to track your trades? Because you want to see how you do overall as a trader. You can pay for TradingView.com. You can pay for ChartLog.com, or you guys can just track it into an Excel sheet. If you guys start tracking your trades, all you guys have to do is add the date, right? Add the date, whatever it is. What's today? Today is the 1st, right? Or the 2nd. So you just go 6-02-2022. Boom. You can add it. Deck, what stocks did I trade? Well, I can add, I traded a few different places today. I could just start with Tesla, right? Tesla, I traded the stock. I traded it on the long side today. I have total 400 shares over on Tesla. I am in on Tesla at the price of 740. I have not sold it. What was I risking on my trade? I was probably risking, I would probably say $5,000 on that trade. Right now, my P&L on this trade, I'm currently up at the commissions, COM's commission, which is 480. That's why it's there. Right now, I'm currently up, and I would write this in, $14,000. Risk multiple, you can skip that if you want to. Win percentage, this is kind of just adding everything up from, the last few days. Any comments? Comments was, I am in on this trade due to the 13 EMA bounce. I am holding tight for $800. So I'm holding tight for $800. And obviously, you can extend this if you wanted to make this a little bit bigger, your comment section, and you can keep on going, right? So, right here, and you can also, change it, put in initial risk, that's where I'm at. Right now, again, I went long on it. You could put it here. My P&L at this time is, put a little bit too many, $14,000. So that's good right now. Initial risk, or I could change that to this. So it's just like, this is a good trading log as just something that's 100% free to just be able to track your trades and to see how many wins you have. Do you have win after win after win? Do you have any losses, right? Maybe you have a loss. You can say what you did wrong. One of the coolest things that a lot of, that athletes do is what? They rewatch, right? Don't they? They rewatch the game. If you don't know, an NFL player plays every Sunday, right? Sunday football. What do they do on Monday? Monday's their day off. But on Monday, they still come in for about 2 hours, and they sit there and they watch film. They rest their bodies. They know they're hurting a little bit, so they watch film. And the coach goes in front of the screen and says, hey, number 22, you did an excellent job blocking that man right there. You did fantastic. You blocked that man just as you should. Shout out to you, number 22. And then the next play goes on by, and he goes, I know I just praised you, number 2022, but what in the heck were you doing right there? And embarrasses you kind of in front of everyone. I remember that. I played on, again, the basketball team. There were times that, again, my coach would say, Deck, awesome job, awesome work. And there were times that he would sit there and stare at me and embarrass me in front of everyone. But the thing was, me watching it, obviously I want to put my head down. Me watching it, I say, what was I thinking? What was I doing? What am I, getting involved in here, right? It is so important that you guys are tracking your trades, and I'll send this out to you guys tonight on an email so that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. As long as you guys are signed up to our email list, and I'll post it, our link, so you guys can have it, I will send it to you. Also, another thing that I want you guys to be on top of, right, is going to be who here started recording their trades. It is so great to record your trades as a trader and rewatch yourself as a trader. I gave the analogy, and I'm not going to give the long spiel again, but the easiest way to think about it, even though I know this is not as professional, and I don't mean to be not professional, is when you guys are trading, sometimes it's like thinking about last Friday night when you maybe had too many drinks. Has anyone ever gone out on a Friday or a Saturday night and had a little bit too many drinks? And guess what happened? In the moment on that Friday night at 12 o'clock, at 1 in the morning, you say, I'm fine, I'm absolutely fine. In the moment, you think you're fine. That's why sometimes people drive cars and people, again, do dumb decisions. But when they actually wake up the next day, someone shows them a video of what they look like. Someone, again, took a Snapchat of what they look like. You wake up the next day and you say, man, that wasn't me. What was I thinking? Man, that wasn't me. What am I doing right here? Stock trading is almost the same exact thing. How many people have ever traded a stock and then after you got out of it, you say, what was I thinking? Sometimes the best thing that you guys can do is record your trades, because a lot of times you guys may not know it, but you guys are basically trading drunk. You guys are trading and saying in the moment, I'm fine, this trade's going to work out, I'm okay. And then you rewatch yourself trade later that night and you're just like, man, this is embarrassing. What am I doing? I know I should have gotten out by now. I don't know why I got in on the first place. This is embarrassing. And sometimes, you got to get embarrassed every now and then to kind of grow, all right? I mean, I'm sure, most of us, obviously it's great if you haven't, but I'm sure most of us have probably had or done things at night, if we ever had a Friday or Saturday night where we said, what was I thinking? And you know what? I've woken up the next morning and someone showed me a video and I said, that's embarrassing to me. I don't want to be that person anymore. I don't want to do that anymore. So we learn how to control ourselves, right? You just got to think back probably when you're, in your 20s. You did things that you regretted, did things that you were embarrassed about, and you grew from that. Now being 28, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to do that. Same thing with stock trading. In stock trading, I may make a trade when I'm starting off and I'm saying, what am I thinking? Obviously now trading 8 years in, I can watch myself trade and I can say, Okay, maybe not the best entry right there, but I get what I was saying. I'm controlling my emotions. I'm trying to figure everything out. So again, recording yourself when trading is so crucial. And right now I'm just getting that free trading journal sign up for everyone. Treetop Josh says, Deck, I love the fact I was in high school and college before camera phones. That is a good point. That's what I feel bad about. Anyone who becomes president, like in 2040, it's just like it's inevitable that no matter what, the opposite party is just going to have something on them. You know, no matter where you are, it's like if you were in high school, you probably did something stupid at one point in your life. If you're in college, you probably did something stupid at some point in your life. If you did this, if you did that, once the time that I become like 40 years old and I grew up with, again, camera phones and video and everyone just records everything and puts it on their Instagram and Snapchat, you know, it's like, probably 90% of us could never be president because somewhere down the road, they would have some weird picture or video of us, right? From a random night. So yeah, guys, that free trading journal sign up, that's the morning newsletter sign up. And that's just because if you're signed up to the morning newsletter, I'm going to send it to you. So it says Deckmart Trades morning newsletter, but that's just our email list. So I'll send that to you. Paulie's Penny, Deck, take a look. You're up $15,000. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything less, Paulie's Penny. You know what I mean? Today's gorgeous. Today's great, baby. Woo! I'm absolutely loving it right now. Right now at this time, we currently have Tesla. Tesla, we're moving. We're cooking today, baby. We got Tesla currently up 783. We are now up on the day $16,690. Feels good. You got to keep the electrolytes in you. You do. You got to keep the electrolytes in you. Stay hot, stay active, stay moving. Right now we're sitting good. Sitting good. And this is going to, this is helping me pay. I mean, the thing is, team, I made what? I'm always honest. I'm always open. I'm always transparent. Today I made about 3 to 4 day trades, right? And I lost on every single day trade, didn't I? I tried to short about 3 to 4 stocks, and every single one of them, right? Well, not GameStop. GameStop I won like $200. Won $200, lost on RDBX, and I lost on IMX. So I went 1 for 3 on the day. But still, I'm down about $500 on my day trading account. But it's just, the fact is, you know, I haven't traded big on my day trading account because Tesla's been paying out so well. Tesla just has been paying out so well. You know, I don't need to put myself in any sort of, you know, bad position right here. I'm just, you know, sitting back and just waiting. You know, it's just, right now there's no big day trade at this moment. There's nothing huge that is ripping and running. Darth Trader says, doesn't count until you realize them gains. It's a payday or what? Absolutely. You know, you are 100% Darth Trader. He says it doesn't count until you lock them on in. You are correct. You are correct on that, and I love how you say that. But right now, I am happy with my gains. I'm definitely expecting, you know, a pullback at some point back down to the 760s, but this is great. This is awesome. And really, you know, I just want that 13 EMA to continue to hold. That 13 EMA is the most important thing to me. As long as that 13 EMA keeps on holding, I'm good to go. And that's what I talked about. So Tesla right here. And this really, again, P&L, if I locked in right now, at this moment, Tampa Bay Lightning, New York Rangers, Eastern Conference Championship. How much are these? $6,000 each. That's fun. How's this? $6,500. I can buy 2 of them for me and my mom. Spending 13 grand for hockey tickets. These are getting a little pricey. These Ranger tickets are really getting out of hand. $6,300 be on the glass seats. I don't know. We can make it happen. I mean, right now we're up 17K. They're getting a little pricey here. And it's like, the thing is, team, the error I think so many people do, the error that I think a lot of people do, just a little heads up on when they start making money as well, is they blow it right away. Has anyone ever heard of, rappers, NBA stars, football stars going broke the moment they start, the moment they stop playing? It's the thing is, when money is flowing in, it's easy to go out and spend it. When money is flowing in, it's easy to say, hey, I got $17,000. Let me go spend $15,000 on hockey tickets. Is that a good investment? And to be honest, it doesn't matter how big of a fan you are. The answer is no. When people see money in their account, they believe that's the money they have to spend. And that's not true, is it? If you say to yourself, wow, I just made a hit song. I have $2 million in my bank account. Let me go buy a $1.5 million home. Is that a smart investment? And really the answer probably is like, no. You know why? Because you're spending nearly everything on that house. And guess what you're doing? Now, again, you have to pay for any sort of mortgage or any sort of insurance. And now you're not making any songs. You only had that one hit song. So you spent, $2 million on this home essentially, and you only have $2 million in your bank account. So guess what's going on now? Now you don't have any money in your bank account to actually live your life. I feel like people do that a lot. They make $150,000, they make $200,000, and they say, yes, I'm buying a Lamborghini. Deck, a Lamborghini is my dream car. I want to buy a Lamborghini, and I'm going to do everything I can to afford this Lamborghini. So guess what they do? They get $200K, they buy a Lamborghini, but now you have $0 in your bank account now. You can buy a Lamborghini, but have over $1 million in your bank account. You can buy a $2 million home, but have $4 million in your bank account, right? The thing is, you just don't want to spend all your money the moment you get it. You gotta think about the long future. Yeah, people forget about the taxes involved. Absolutely. Right now we're just sitting good, sitting fine, ready to rock and roll. Right now it's 11:36, team. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns about today? And again, on a serious note, guys, I love all the support that you guys show every single day. We do have our summer boot camp coming on up. Again, I want to say big shout out to Centerpoint. If you guys have not checked out Centerpoint, Centerpoint is, again, today the main talk of the town of the live stream. They reached out to me, and I just want to give them so much respect. They do an amazing job over on Centerpoint. If you guys have not checked them on out and you guys want massive discounts, make sure you guys go check them out right here. You guys do need a 30% $30,000 account to use them. But you guys get kind of the best of the best. Boot camp lessons are going to be 1 hour long. 1 hour long. All right, so make sure you guys go check that out. Deck, how long do you plan on holding Tesla for? Guys, I have no plans of selling Tesla. I don't want to be a guy right now, because this is not a day trade. This is not me saying, just a little heads up, this is not me just saying, oh guys, just keep holding Tesla, keep holding it forever. It's just going to keep on going up and up and up and up. That's not true. But I don't plan, this is not a day trade to me. I'm not day trading Tesla. I plan on holding Tesla for a little bit. Tesla, remember, when it goes on some nice rips and runs, it goes on nice rips and runs. I think Tesla's going to get all the way back up towards like 830. I think probably up near around that like 830 mark is probably where I'd probably start locking it in. This is going to be like a weekly to 2 week type of swing trade. This came all the way down towards, again, 625. I think we're going to go back up towards 830. And I don't really know if we're going to go any lower than 625, because the thing is, you might say, well, Deck, the S&P 500 is going to fall, down towards 350. It's going to go all the way down to 440. It's going to keep on going lower and lower and lower. Team, Netflix is already down over 50%. Tesla fell 50%. If the S&P 500 goes down to 350, we're not going to have any companies left. Tesla is still down like 35% on the year. If the S&P 500 ever goes all the way down towards 350, 340, where a lot of people are predicting, we're not going to have anything left. You know what? These companies are just going to basically go all the way on down. Right now, Tesla still holding this play, and this was just off of yesterday's bounce play off the 13 EMA. And that's, why I did that yesterday. Moises Duke saying, where do I sign up for the boot camp? If you are not a member of Tradecaster.com, all you have to do is sign up to Tradecaster.com. So you can sign up to a free 7-day pass. We don't charge you anything whatsoever. You can enjoy the free 7-day pass. Nothing that you have to worry about whatsoever at all. And if you aren't 100% happy, you can cancel as well. So I just always want to say that. I obviously want people who want to be here. If you don't want to be on Tradecaster, you don't have to be on Tradecaster. But I obviously would love to work with you. And if you're motivated and you want to get after it, you want to learn how to trade the stock market, hey, I'm here to get after it with you. It's going to be a lot of fun. 7 zeros. If you're on the Pacific Coast time, the stream will not be available after 5 p.m. Well, again, obviously I'm at 8 p.m., or I'm on the East Coast. I will leave the stream up as long as I possibly can. The stream, it goes up at 7 a.m. in the morning. I will leave it up till 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night during our boot camp, so you guys have as much time as you guys need to watch it. But at some point, I got to leave the office. At some point, I got to, again, close off the live stream. So I will leave it up as long as I can. That'll probably be between 8:30 to 9 o'clock at night, East Coast, which will probably be between 5:30 to 6 o'clock at night on the West Coast. And then on top of that, team, you guys always have the video library all set, ready to rock and roll. But yep, these boot camp lessons, guys, they will be one day and one day only. They're not going to be put into the video library. Usually after we do our boot camp, we put it into a brand new course that you guys can buy later on. I always like to make it the option, though, that you guys can get it for free if you're willing to be here. And what do I mean by that is you're here every day. I will go through it all. We record it, and then we do have it available for purchase afterwards. But obviously, if you guys are here, you guys don't need to be dropping $2,000 on that. Switchy saying, Deck, is it hard being so handsome, you curly-haired king? Switchy, that's the comment of the day. That's the best comment of the day over on YouTube. Thank you, Switchy. I appreciate that. And the answer is, you think it's easy to, again, wake up every single morning looking like this. You think it's easy to be able to, again, wake up and make $17,000 on a day. You think it's easy to say, hey, put my hair together in this manner and have this type of physique. It's not. It's not easy every single time I go out. People want a picture, an autograph. It's not easy the amount of DMs I have from some of the most beautiful people in the world. It's not easy to get oil changes on the top Ferraris and exotic cars. It's not easy. So again, next time you guys have a rough day, put yourself in my shoes and understand, the type of pain that I have to go through when I'm paying, again, a landscaping company to take care of my 10,000 acre apartment. Okay. Whoa. That was getting a little out of hand there. Let me just take a couple steps back. I appreciate the comment, okay? Sometimes I like to overcompensate because I don't have more than like 3 friends. So I like to compensate sometimes and act cooler on camera. Just so, again, you guys think I'm cool. All right, here we go. All right, let's get back into it. No one give me any more compliments. Deck, you're more than enough today. Right now, we're still sitting pretty, though. Can we get it? Can E-Money keep on pushing? That's the big question here. Can E-Money keep on pushing here? Right now, we're currently up $18,500 on the day. And I don't know. We may got to give Uncle E a little bit of a call and say, hey, let's get this thing going a little bit higher. Right now, Tesla currently up right now to 787. We are still keeping this fun going. We are still keeping this party alive right now. Coming up to 19,000. Can we get to 20K today? Can we get to $20,000 today? Right now we're up 19,340. Oh, we're working on it. Come on. Let's get to $20,000 on the day. It's 11:43 a.m. I have done nothing other than crack bad jokes, give you 7 out of 10 humor, talk about Rangers, show off my curly head of hair, and again, lost on some earlier trades. But that doesn't matter. Okay? Right now, team, again, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. Let's get it, team. Right now, we're still watching it. We got to break through 789. 789.25 is the high. Can we break through this area? AA Trade, hey, Deck, for the summer boot camp, do we have to sign up for another website? Nope. Right here on tradecaster.com. Right here on tradecaster.com. 7 out of 10 maybe pushing it. Okay, 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10 humor. 5 out of 10 humor. Can we get this little pop? Engineer, I know you've been asking, why is Tesla up? Can you explain? Well, why is Tesla up right here? The big thing that we talked about earlier is the fact that we have now done what? We have bounced off the 13 EMA mark. The 13 EMA shows us we are now bullish. And as long as we hold that 13 EMA, we are good to go. Remember, I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. No one here, no one knows when the S&P 500 is going to find its bottom. That 380 mark could have potentially been the absolute bottom. 380 could have absolutely been the bottom on the stock market. Some people would say, no way, Deck, we're going down lower. We still have more interest rates. I have no idea. But all I do know is we have been underneath the 13 EMA for the past 3 months. We have been falling now for the past 5 months. We are back above the 13 EMA, which is the first sign of bullishness we have seen since, again, February or since March. And I just want to take advantage of it. So as long as we stay above the 13 EMA and the S&P 500, we are moving into the summer, and there could be that potential bounce. I've shown you guys this article a million times, and again, I already showed you guys earlier this morning, but I just want to show it because you guys asked, is this is the past 75 years. We have always bounced during a midterm election year in the summer. Sometimes it's June, sometimes it's August. Here it's June, here it's August. Here it's July. Here it's, just a little uptrend. Here is August. Here is June. Here is July. Here is August. Here is June. Here is July. Here is August. It always bounces in the summer. We don't know when that perfect bounce is going to be, but I'm just taking advantage of it. Instead of trying to nail the perfect bounce, I waited for a bounce, and now we're back above the 13 EMA. Okay, guys, NKFW, you guys, all right, I'm doing my best, all right? Doing my best with some comedy, all right? I'm working on it. Right now, let's see here. Let's see. Are we going to be able to get to that 20K mark? We are so close right now. We are so close to getting there. We are so close to getting there. So close to getting dialed in here. We got to break 20,000. That's the goal. Right now, come on, Elon Musk. Come on, baby. Right now, I got it, baby. Woo! $20,000 on the day. Hey, Claire, throw on a little music here. Throw on the DJ, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Elon. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. You are now under my spell.
Computers Computers never sleep. It's verified.
Are you verified?
It's guaranteed.
Are you guaranteed?
NFT. For your vanity. Computers never sleep.
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
It's verified.
Everybody stand up
It's guaranteed.
and jump with me. Jump, you peasants!
NFT.
Jump! All right, we're back. We're back. That was a little much. We were getting a little out of hand there. Whew. Whoa. All right. Whoa, Deck. You lost me. Whoa, you lost me there. All right. What a fantastic day. What a fantastic day. It's working. It's working right now. Guys, I need a second. Here. Right now, the S&P 500 still pushing on up. We got Tesla still hitting some new highs at this moment. Currently up 20,000 now on the day. And this was from my entry yesterday. This was all from my entry yesterday. Now, we got to remember something here, team. And we need to, again, use our head. This will not just keep going up forever, right? We know that. You know that. I know that. We all know that. It's not going to go up forever. So there will be a point that I might be up 20,000 and next thing you know, I'm back down to 10,000. I'm, currently around those areas. But the matter of the fact is, if you are willing to continue to hold on to this play, if you are willing to continue to hold on to this stock, you will be making money over on Tesla. Tesla is now down around 28% on the year. Usually Tesla produces around 20% gain on the year. If you look at back on, let's say, the weekly chart here over on Tesla, we can look back all the way to 2019 and we could see the gains. So far, Tesla has done nothing but, again, fall in 2022. When we get up towards, I would say, $800 plus, I probably will lock in some gains. And I will, again, start $800 plus, lock in some gains, and try to buy back in on the next kind of like pullback area. But right now, I really don't see a reason on why I should cash out yet. We're still down so much on the year. We have so much opportunity to climb, and we are back above that 13 EMA mark now. So we're all good. Ascension, Deck, how many shares do you have? I have 400 shares. Is that on cash or margin? This is all cash. This was, what was it? Right here, this was about a $300,000 investment on just cash. I don't like being on margin with my big account. Big account, I don't like it whatsoever. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Nice work here, team. Let's see here. Right now, Tesla has been beautiful trade so far. Beautiful day. I actually just sent out a tweet right there that just says currently up $20,000. If you guys are on Twitter, if you guys wouldn't mind taking a second, smashing that thumbs up, giving it a retweet. Thank you so much for all the support that you guys show every single day. Love you guys as always. But yeah, I'm probably not going to lock out today. This is not me being greedy. This is not me saying, oh, Deck's not again, selling anything. This is me just thinking there's so much more to come out of this play. But I want you to remember, this is not me being greedy on the fact of me saying, oh, $20,000 is nothing. We can keep going up higher and higher. It's just more that we have so much more room to run. We really do. If we get above, I would say 800 and up towards like 810, yes, I probably would lock in something. And the reason why is because we probably would then start having some sort of pullbacks, and I would like to try to get in at a lower entry. But if you jump in right now and you just hold for, let's say, 7 months, I bet you we're going to be testing $1,000 at some point again. But it just comes down to you as a trader. How much are you willing to hold? How long are you willing to hold? So it's been such a fun day, such a fantastic day. And I do just want to say, as I said before, I love having fun with you guys. I really do. And I just want to take a moment and just really say thank you so much for the all support that you guys show here. You know, being here over on Tradecaster, we have over 2,000 members. For the people watching over on YouTube today, I really appreciate you guys taking the time and being here and watching me and just enjoying it. I want to not only teach you, I not only want to see you guys make money, but I also want you guys to have fun every single day, because that's what trading truly is about. Trading is, of course, making money and making cash, but it's also about having fun every single day. I want you guys to wake up motivated, inspired, and, you know, want to be coming over to chat, wanting to be able to come here and say, hey, you know what? I always have a good time there no matter what. So, you know, right now we still will keep our eyes peeled over on Tesla. We are coming down towards the end of the morning right here, and it really just could not be any better. So I just want to say thank you so much to you guys for being here and enjoying this amazing day. So far, this trade has been absolutely fantastic, extremely amazing. I'm extremely blessed, and I'm looking forward to seeing where Tesla is going to be at tomorrow and where it's going to be at later on this week. Now the thing is, I know if it comes back on down to 760, there's always going to be people say, Deck, you should have locked in up there around 790. Remember, team, this is not a day trade. I plan on holding it for a little bit. Even if that means it comes back on down, I still am going to, you know, again, hold this for that $800 plus move. Tesla is still down a huge amount on the year. There's so much room on the upside. All right. Any final questions, comments, or concerns? John Parts, do we need to be crazy like you to win in stocks? No, but it helps. You don't have to, but it definitely helps. Absolutely. Right now, we can see Tesla starting to turn here slightly. Tesla starting to turn here slightly, starting to get a little bit weaker at this moment. But right now, we're just sitting back. All right, awesome. Thank you so much. And yeah, get ready for Monday. We still have tomorrow, team. Let's not forget. We absolutely still have tomorrow, which is Friday, you know, and we're going to see what happens, of course, coming on up on our Friday, to see where we're at, to see what type of hype comes on in, to see where the action is going to be going. And then we do have, of course, the full week ahead of us. Fridays are always a little bit slower. As you guys know, for the plan for the rest of the day, we are going to be having AK-47 going live on Tradecaster. And also, again, Living Like Matt going to be going live over on Tradecaster. Also, the Mom DeLorean, she's been going live every single day. She is our first lady trader, woman live streamer over on Tradecaster. She goes live every single day at 1 o'clock. Who here has checked out Mom DeLorean's live stream? If you haven't, make sure you check it out today. She does a fantastic job. Very cool live stream. And make sure you guys go ahead and enjoy all that awesome content over there. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to wrap this one on up, and let's get ready for a little bit of fun. We'll see what comes on up here next.
Oh, baby. Guys, nothing is better than a nice Thursday profit. Hey, Thursdays at the Deckmart Trades firm, everyone's more than welcome. Come on in. Usually at around 3 o'clock, we start kicking off cocktail hour. We start getting everything you want here. We got the top shelf everything. We got the bottom shelf everything as well if you're feeling a little bit crazy. If you had a little bit of an off day, don't worry, we got you. We got you covered here on Tradecaster.com from tip to toe to top to tip. Team, we got you. We got June 6th, next Monday, is going to be our Deckmart Trades Boot Camp. Make sure you guys don't miss it. And if you guys are not here on Tradecaster right now, make sure you sign up to a free, absolutely free 7-day pass. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm not waiting for anything. I'm there right now. So if you guys want to come on in on this Thursday, maybe again, grab a drink, hit the rooftop. Come on in. Thousands of traders are here. You guys can interact with each other, communicate, exchange some numbers. Who knows? Maybe the love of your life is here. Guy, girl, Claire, Enrique, whatever you want. We're all here, ready to trade and ready to make you better. So guys, let's get ready for June 6th. Let's enjoy the profits we've had today. And let's, of course, come on over to tradecaster.com. Awesome working with you today. Time to wrap some things on up and get ready for a great day tomorrow.
Traders, ladies and gentlemen, I will be in chat throughout the rest of the afternoon. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, thank you so much, the traders who have joined us today. Have a good one. Enjoy it, team. And let's wrap this day on up. You guys know the drill. In 3, 2, 1. Fantastic working with you guys today. So much fun. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. And I'll see you guys back here this afternoon to pop in and out. Go enjoy it with the AK-47. Have a good one. Living like Matt, Mom DeLorean, and all of our amazing traders. Active trader over on TradeCaster. I'll see you guys then. Thank you, team. Enjoy the rest of your day.
NFT for your vanity. Computers never sleep. It's verified. It's guaranteed. NFT for your vanity. Computers never sleep. It's verified. It's guaranteed. NFT. For your vanity. Computers never sleep. It's verified. It's
Cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up, we're too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better took those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always had a feeling that I won't deny, that work, never could toss, look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. Rise, cutting my size, trying to make sense of it all comprise. Highs, pinning these skies. I was stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when it's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta wish it off. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up.
like choppers. Better took those risks. Hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look at my eyes, I'm on the rocks.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me Ain't no luck finding real love. Gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I run to you. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me What can I do to make you stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. So cliche, I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning,
searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Inventory is skyrocketing across nearly every sector of the
Fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This really will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This really will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
I'm going in. When the lights go down, I've seen hell in you, but you don't care, no, you don't care, no. You just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. Oh, going in. Fall into oblivion. Fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in. You can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging, we go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got